call this meeting to order and ask Vice Mayor Johnson if you would lead us in the pledge.
Good morning. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, our first agenda item is public comment. This is for members of the public to speak on items that are on the consent agenda and items that are not on the action agenda. We ask you to please fill out one of these cards. It's available at the entrance there by the door. If you are interested in speaking on the bus purchase, this is not the time to do that. That will be later in the meeting. So, the first member of the public, in order that we've received the cards, is Mr. Grady McDonald. Mr. McDonald, are you here? Good morning. Please come and approach your podium, please.
Good morning.
Morning. Morning.
Morning.
I gotta say, I made a trip over here the other day to talk to some people. I'm impressed with your facility. Quite large. Now take this lightly. I came over expecting to see an old garage with buses running in and out and mechanics in it, you know. But it's very nice. It really is. My name is Grady McDonald. I'm the president of Mainland 6. And we're all aware of where Mainlands is at, may I ask? Okay. We have 1,937 homes. Considerable amount of people in their later years. We, myself, and some of my friends from the other parts of Mainlands are here to ask, help us with Route 444. We really need this for our senior citizens. Some of them had to give up their driving license. Some of them are afraid to drive in the traffic, especially here in the wintertime. I mean, even I don't leave Mainland sometimes. 19 gets really busy. But anyhow, I'm here to, I guess, let you know that we do want bus route 444. And we are willing, if we're allowed, to work with you to maintain this bus line. But if anyone would give me any input as to how we could sit down with you in a meeting to help try to resolve this problem, if it is a problem. But most of all, we want to maintain 444. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I take it you have talked to some of our staff members here? If not, Cassandra Borchers is the Director of Planning here, and I'd like to make sure that you've given her as much information as would be helpful to us. Thank you for speaking. The next member of the public is MJ Binns. Mr. and Ms. Binns? Ms.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As some of you know, my name is Marie Jeanette Benz. I ride the PSTA buses. Many of your drivers know me by sight. Many of your riders do as well. I have witnessed many illegal and disgusting actions on your buses. I met with Mr. Miller last year and told him of some of these things. I have called customer service and spoken face-to-face with some of your office staff. I believe the captain is supposed to run the ship. Well, PSTA is running amok. The The captain does not have control of the tiller, so to speak. He does not control his drivers, and his drivers do not control the riders. I have witnessed actions that support my statement. The buses are nasty and need to be disinfected. I have seen roaches, fleas, ants, mosquitoes, and other vermin on these buses. And one morning, I was at the lay-by, and the first bus out of the barn was 10 minutes late. But the buses always run on time, right? Supervisors cannot be located when needed. And one of your drivers told me once that she, as well as all of y'all know me, I am a notorious troublemaker. I thanked her for the compliment. You don't stand up for your rights, you have no rights, right? Right. Okay. Let me give you an example. I was on a bus one morning, and a man touched me inappropriately. I reported it to the driver. I reported it to the St. Petersburg Police. The St. Petersburg Police called PSTA. PSTA's response was there was no film in the camera. Documented. Okay. I was raised during a time when people had morals, scruples, dignity, respect for themselves and others. These qualities do not appear to be in evidence today. And on the PSTA buses, well, if the video worked, you could witness it. As on the day, well, I won't even go into that one. We'll just skip that one. I have only 3 minutes, so hopefully some of the board members will heed my words and see to it that the captain lives up to his rank. Maybe in the next political administration, things will change for the better. I myself will only be riding PST buses until I have the money saved out of my retirement check to buy me another vehicle. I require no politically correct retort, no feedback, no letter from y'all saying blah, 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 okay? All I want to do is say that I hope that the board members, who all probably make money being on the board, see to it that Mr. Miller does his job. That's all I ask.
Thank you very much,
And
Ms.
unfortunately, I have to go catch a bus, so good day.
I would ask you to make sure that you give, all right, the next member of the public that wishes to speak is Mr. Tom Rask. And Mr. Rask is also speaking for Sully Grasso, so you have 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Regarding 444 first, I checked with Mr. McDonald on the way out. There was no board vote in his association over that. I just wanted to make you aware of that. I also want to make you aware that there are many other Mainland's residents who have a different view on that issue, and one of them's right there videoing this meeting. I wanted to bring up some of the comments that Ms. Long made in response to my comments last meeting. I did send an email about it on 10/10, and I said I would talk about it here. Perhaps in the future, I mean, you're free to say what you want, but maybe we shouldn't get into back and forth. Maybe you should just listen to the comments, take them in, and you can always respond in writing. I always appreciate having responses in writing. Ms. Long said in response to my comments that it becomes very clear that not everyone on the board understands how a bell curve works. I disagree. Anyone who's at high school math understands what a bell curve is. It's a Gaussian distribution. There's math to describe it. And Ms. Long went on to say, not everyone understands or has a feeling for what the success for PSTA looked like. This is the comment I found the most troubling, because you have a path forward, you have various policies you've adopted, presumably that is what you view as success. And it's not really right for Ms. Long to claim to know what success looks like at PSTA while claiming the rest of you, or some of the rest of you, don't. So I've covered that in email. I didn't hear anything back except from Chairman Johnson, who said that he thought the most important thing was that the board directed evaluation of the revision form, and I have to take some issue with that with my friend Chairman Johnson, because you used the exact same evaluation form the last 2 years and there were no problems. And yet this year, the public is supposed to believe that a sharp drop in the score was due to confusion, due to a poorly formatted evaluation form. And I, for one, don't buy that, and I think most people watching at home or listening to this meeting later wouldn't believe that either. So, as I wrote in my email, Chairman Johnson, I really appreciate your efforts as a chairman, but that's horse hockey, what some of the things that were stated here last time. I'm just going to try to cover very briefly one other thing. I keep finding things that give pause, give a reason for concern, and one was in a recent audio podcast where Mr. Miller referred to PSTA's path forward as, quote, sort of an interim plan. If anyone else here thinks it's an interim plan, let me know. I didn't take it as an interim plan because nothing in the design, discussion, approval, or implementation of that plan has indicated that it's interim. The word interim isn't even used. And then towards the end of the podcast, which since has been removed, by the way, and I also sent this to you in an email on 10/15, so I'm repeating this into the public record so everyone can hear, anyone watching at home, so there's a video record of this. Mr. Miller said, speaking about Greenlight Pinellas, he asked, is it going back on the ballot, question mark? I don't know when, but I believe at some point it will be considered again. And I don't want to nitpick words. I don't want to get into semantics, but that's a pretty clear statement, that there is a desire to get a tax increase like Greenlight Pinellas back on the ballot again. And this is the reason that a lot of people continue to mistrust both PSTA management and the PSTA board. And I hope you view these as objective comments based on the statements of a board member and the CEO. They're not based on something that somebody else has said. It's based on their own words. So even if you disagree, I hope you will think about why so many people still distrust PSTA and why the PSTA brand isn't very strong right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rask. The next public comments come from Vivian Peters. Ms. Peters, good morning.
My name is Vivian Peters. I sit on the track board, and also I usually do come. I have a copy of our last track meeting, APPG Customer Satisfaction Survey. On almost every issue that was brought up, you're backsliding. You're not improving. You're not holding your own. You're not treading water. You're going backwards. I don't care whether it's on time performance. I don't care what it is. There is a problem here someplace with what's going on. And I realize I can address the bus situation, but the new bus surge purchases is the same way. We're not going forward. We're not holding our own. We're backsliding. We're going back. We're going backwards, back down the hill instead of a path forward, unless the path forward is down the valley instead of climbing up the mountain. So as I said, I don't know what the problem is, but it is very bothersome to see almost every item. Yep, you came up a lot last year, but then, and somewhere's very sharp decline in progress. So as I said, the bus, I know we're going to talk about the buses, but going back to a different kind of bus that we had before, that's not a path forward. That's backsliding. Those buses will be around for years and years and years. And I'm only going to make one other thing. We have meetings in the late afternoon of track other than 2 meetings. One, when we had the public one and Mr. Johnson one, the pedestrian gates are locked at night. So, you get to go out, if you're a pedestrian and you came to one of these meetings, you get to go out and play in traffic to get out to the lay-by if you're using the bus.
This has gone on for 2 years. I cannot imagine that there's nobody at PSDA that can solve a problem about why the gates are locked. Why can't we program something in to have the gates one day a month? I don't care, whenever they have a late night meeting, why can't those gates be unlocked? As I said, this has gone on for 2 years, and I've crabbed about it and complained about it. Mr. Johnson took care of it when they had the public meeting here. And the other thing is, and I'm going on and rambling, all these meetings they're having about Williams Park, they're all downtown, South St. Pete. I'm coming down there on 19 or 18, and I get down there, and hey, where's my bus, dude? Nobody told me that there was changes. There should be big signs all over, not little bitty signs this size on a bus that nobody reads and up behind the driver. There should be big signs, big changes coming. You know, put them on the big bus shelters in day-glow letters. Maybe people will realize what's going on. As I said, I saw the confusion, you know, when the amount of money, people getting on the bus. I don't have enough money. When did the fares change?
Thank you, Ms. Peters.
Thank you.
Those are all good
Bye-bye.
comments, and I'll ask the, on behalf of the board, to ask Mr. Miller to address those, and perhaps at the end of the meeting, we'll talk about customer service being on our subject for a future meeting. All right, those are all the public comments. I hear somebody saying that they have another comment to make. I do not have a card.
She's bringing it.
Right here, Bill.
All right, all the other cards I have are relative to the bus purchase, which will be discussed later in the meeting. Do you wish to talk about the bus purchase?
No.
Okay, I don't have a card for you, that's why I did not call you.
He had my card.
Your name, sir?
My name is Carl Heisenberger, but I prefer to be called Mr. Carl because you don't know how to pronounce my name. But that's okay. Okay,
Just a moment, sir, please. All right, I apologize, I put it in the wrong pile.
Okay, that's,
Mr. Carl?
yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, reducing expenses, driving under new directions and new trends. That's an acronym I thought of this morning. It's called redundant. I was on the 98 bus out of Tri-City the other day in the afternoon at 4:43. There's a 52 bus at 4:45. The 98 bus, the 52 bus was not crowded. They're both heading to Park Street in Clearwater. The 98 bus is stopping along the route instead of deadheading or unloading the passengers at Tri-City. You have two buses going the same direction at the same time, and it's redundant, okay? The 98 bus is stopping along the route to pick people up and drop people off, where everybody on that 98 bus should have got off and got on the 52, so that 52 bus can do the normal route, and the 98 could deadhead to Clearwater. It's a waste of money, because that bus could just go to Park Street and not have to drop people off and stop when the 52 is right there with them. You probably have other issues with them two buses in the morning based on time schedules. Okay. I recently have received a new job in Tampa, okay? I've noticed that the 300X doesn't run consumer friendly. You have the buses arriving at 10 after the hour when people are supposed to be working on the hour, or quarter after the hour, 20 after the hour. So what I suggest to the board is that you start the buses 15 minutes before 7, so that the bus arrives 15 minutes before 7 a.m. going to Tampa, 15 minutes before 8 a.m. going to Tampa, and 15 minutes before 9 a.m. going to Tampa. So people can get to work in downtown Tampa on time, or catch a bus over there that's leaving to get them to work. Because you have the Marion Transfer Station where they can catch a bus at 9 a.m., 10 a.m. I almost missed the bus by 2 minutes by leaving at 1:05 from parking right over here. that arrives at 2 p.m. when that bus is scheduled to leave to go to the airport, because I work at the airport now. So what I suggest to the board is that 10, 15 minutes before that bus is ready to leave, should be moved back 10, 15 minutes prior to 1:05, because there's no way you can get to, sometimes because of traffic. There was a road construction vehicle over in Tampa. I literally almost missed that bus by a minute or two. I arrived at 1:58, 1:59 p.m. to catch the 30 bus to the airport at least at 2 o'clock. Connecting buses, you still have an issue. I still propose to the board that you let me create an algebraic equation, put me on the advisory committee, because I know through algebra I can fix the bus system and make the buses connect better. It's not rocket science, okay? I also want to know how many people on the board actually ride the bus, because you don't know what it's like out there. It's very frustrating to miss a bus by a minute or two. Very frustrating. So, show of hands, how many people on the board have ridden the bus or ride the bus on a continual basis?
We don't ask questions during public.
Okay, well, just an example, okay? You don't know how frustrating it is to not be able to catch a bus in a timely manner or miss a bus by 1 minute or two. You have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carl.
Mr. Chair,
Uh, Do you have
just a
a question
question.
for staff?
yeah, we do have, our, this is to Brad, our real-time buses where you can text and find out where the bus at, and all of them are equipped with GPS, am I correct? So you can find out what time the bus is gonna arrive, where your destination's at? Thank you.
All right. That's all the public comments I have. Am I missing anybody else? Not seeing any. We'll move on to our next agenda item, which is awards and recognition.
Mr. Chair, may I make a comment before you move on?
Is it a question for staff?
Well, no, but I think it's appropriate to recognize our new board members, since maybe the public doesn't know her.
It's
I
next
would
on
like
the
to,
agenda.
I would like to introduce you to do that,
next on the
since that's
agenda.
our next agenda item, if you would like.
Well, I just thought we should let everybody know who she is. Thank you.
Yeah, that's agenda 3A, and we are happy to welcome Samantha Finger, and she is the representative from the city of Largo, replacing Curtis Holmes, and we're very happy to have you join us and look forward to your contributions. And hope that you will have a chance to spend some time with Mr. Miller and get fully familiar with the system and how to ride buses too.
Thank you.
So, with that,
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
with that, I'd like to recognize Jeff Thompson for our Driver of the Year recognition.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I'd like to let you know that it's my great pleasure this morning to introduce to you our 2015 Driver of the Year. Mr. Faisal Bonzer portrays a positive attitude to PSTA customers and employees at all times. He has an outstanding attendance record without any absences over the last 12 months. He greets passengers in a polite and professional manner and makes a sincere effort to accommodate them. His favorite route to drive is the beach trolley, but right now he's on the Route 19. Took a change and took a break from the trolley, but the 19 customers are glad to have him. With his driving habits, he exhibits a safe, conscious mindset at all times, and we're proud to have him as an employee here for 11 years with the 9 years of safe driving under his belt. He's risen beyond the call of duty to support the effort of PSTA. Perhaps you'll recall if you were at the Deuces event last October, he was driving that bus there, so some of you that were there will recognize him. So it's my pleasure this morning, and I'm excited to be able to present to you Mr. Faisal Bonzer, our Driver of the Year, PSTA 2015.
Good morning, PSTA
Morning.
member. And good morning, everybody. I feel honored being part of your PSTA, and I will continue to provide a good customer service and safe journey to my good customers. Thank you very much. I don't want to take too much time out of you have a lot of things to do. Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody.
Thank you.
We're happy to present you with a certificate recognizing the driver of the year, and there's also a check in here that goes with that. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you for your service.
Jeez.
Okay, we're about on schedule. Non-board committee reports, Transit Advisory Committee, Chairman Ms. Mann. Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman Johnson, Mr. Miller, distinguished board members, the PSTA Transit Riders Advisory Committee met on Tuesday, October 20th. The TRAC addressed 2 action items in addition to the meeting minute approval. The first was discussion and approval of the 2016 Transit Riders Advisory Committee meeting schedule. The schedule as presented by staff was unanimously endorsed by the board, or by the committee, sorry. The second action item addressed amendments made to the TRAC bylaws regarding member qualifications, contact information, and response to quorum notices, as well as notice of proposed amendments. With minor adjustments, the committee voted to endorse the bylaw recommendations made by staff. Cassandra Borchers, PSTA Chief Development Officer, then presented the system redesign Phase 2. These route service changes will create a grid-like system in downtown St. Pete area, reducing congestion around Williams Park and improving frequency. There are a number of planned public engagement workshops in the upcoming months to encourage public input on the proposed route changes. The TRAC then heard about the pilot program in the East Lake Corridor. Mr. Brad Miller, PSTA CEO, presented the incorporation of alternative methods of transportation to facilitate travel throughout this area that has been left without service since the discontinuance of the East Lake Connector. Riders will have subsidized options through taxis and transportation network companies, allowing them to access PSTA services at either the Tarpon Mall or Boot Ranch connection points. Should this 6-month pilot prove successful, the PSTA will explore contracts through the RFP process. Mike Gloss, PSTA Safety and Training Supervisor, gave a brief overview of the extensive training provided to PSTA bus operators. During their 8-week training, they received 320 hours of certification, classroom, and driver training that includes on-the-job training as well as customer service and security instruction. Ongoing training and workshops are also held throughout the year. And finally, Cindy Raskin-Schmidt, PSTA Director of Communications, reported the findings of the 2015 American Bus Benchmarking Group Customer Satisfaction Survey. While scores have dropped slightly from 2014 to 2015, customers continue to be pleased overall with the service the PSTA provides, ranking well above average among our ABBG peers. And that's pretty much my report. If anybody has questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions?
Certainly.
Commissioner Newton.
I guess the majority of the members had a problem with the way that PST is going. It's going backwards. I guess you commented on the end on the survey. Would you like to ad-lib to that, or is that just an individual's opinion?
I believe Ms. Peters was speaking on her own behalf rather
Okay,
than on
I just
TRAC's
want to
behalf.
clarify, because you're the track coordinator. Thank you.
Certainly.
Good report.
Thank you. The report on the Metropolitan Planning Organization, Vice Chairman Bujalski.
The MPO report? That's what
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sorry. You said planning and it confused me.
I've been confused this morning, yes.
Anyway, a really interesting thing at the MPO meeting this time is that we, at the MPO director's request, began doing our PSTA report to MPO from the dais by the representative member, which was myself, versus Brad at the podium. And he wanted to change that because he felt that there was a bigger connection, given the fact it was coming from the group itself versus asking questions at the podium, that there would be a bigger connection between the two organizations. So we talked about the fact that we were doing this new way of reporting, and we reviewed several things. We reviewed the PSTA legislative agenda, and we also reviewed our joint meetings with HART for the last 2 meetings. And wouldn't you know it, we ended up having about a 10-minute dialogue of questions on both of these items, which my guess is that probably wouldn't have happened if we hadn't made the presentation in that manner. So I'm very pleased with this new direction, working towards this relationship with MPO. But a couple of questions that they did come, for your information, that they did come, was it, as far as the legislative agenda, they did want to know the total cost of the Central Avenue BRT. They asked about funding sources for the Clearwater Beach to TIA project. So just general questions that came up about the actual legislative priorities. No concerns at all expressed. And it is specifically noted that these priorities align with the MPO priorities. The other thing that was really interesting is they gave us a presentation on the US 19 from south of Gandy to Pasco line in regards to bicycle and pedestrian safety. And what came up over and over again was the need for lighting around bus stops. So I know this is something that I'm sure that our staff is going to be looking into, and the safety around bus stops. Basically, it's the connection of pedestrians to the bus stops that was a concern. So that will, I'm sure, be talked to at great length. And then finally, there was a discussion, a brief discussion about the CSX line. As you know, the property has been talked about for purchase. MPO, I think, has agreed with PSTA that it is something that actually needs to really be studied, that we shouldn't jump, leap before we look. So they're gonna explore some opportunities and options with that and come later with recommendations. Then the MPO board will follow up with a workshop on the 4th. And then, of course, PSTA has a joint meeting with MPO on January 22nd at 9 a.m. here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions from board members on that report? All right, we'll move on to our next non-board committee report from the MPO Local Coordinating Board. Chairman Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. The Local Coordinating Board, excuse me, did not meet in the month of October. The upcoming events related to the Local Coordinating Board include the Community Transportation Coordinator Evaluation Subcommittee will take place at PSTA here on November the 3rd, when each transportation disadvantaged bus pass customers purchased their transportation bus pass this month. They were given a note letting them know that starting with their November TD bus pass, the cost for them will be $11. Very few of these customers have expressed concern about the $2.75 increase in cost to the 31-day TD pass, and the 10-day pass will remain at $5. Meanwhile, I've spoken with Senator Jack Latvala about our need for more TD funding. He has put Ross Silvers and myself in touch with the staff director of the Senator's Transportation Appropriations Committee. Staff director is gathering data from the State TD Commission and will report his findings to the Senator. Ross Silvers is not here today because he and other staff members are participating in the Florida Commission for the Transportation Disadvantaged annual workshop in Daytona Beach, Florida. The next LCB meeting will take place on November 17th at 9:15 in the morning at MPO's conference room in downtown Clearwater. If anyone has any questions, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for that presentation. Not seeing any questions, we will move to our consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that a board member wishes to have pulled?
Question, quick point of information. This, item, 5C, is that, this facility is not the bus stops? Is it,
Mr. Miller?
you know, we do the maintenance on the bus stops? I mean, that's, is that in here or no?
Yes.
It's included in here?
Both this facility supplies and at bus shelter supplies. This is for nuts and bolts and small tools and things like that. That would be used on both.
Not the cleaning, you're talking about maintaining it, the ones that need repairs and whatnot?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a clarification.
Vice Chairman?
Brad, I think the wrong meeting schedule is in the staffing.
That's not that's the next agenda item.
Isn't that under?
No.
I'm sorry. I thought it was under consent agenda. My apologies.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Any further comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we will move to the action items in the meeting schedule. The meeting schedule is included, and Vice Chair, you are recognized to ask a question about the schedule that was included.
I think it's the incorrect one. At least at the planning committee, we looked at the schedule for December and decided to cancel that meeting. Did we not?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, this is the board meeting, and typically we do
See,
not
I'm
have-
just confused all over the place. I'm sorry, I just saw December and,
we don't have a November meeting.
No, you're right.
And then we have it
Yep.
early December.
you're right. My apologies.
All right. Any other questions from board members? We have a comment from Mr. Rask that wishes to speak on this action item. Mr. Rask, are you available? Mr. Rask is not here. Are there further comments or questions from the board members?
Move approval.
Not all, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passes unanimously as well. The next action item is the action item relating to bus purchase. And our goal on this item is to come to a decision in an orderly manner, giving everybody a chance to speak. We will have the staff presentation first, then we will have board questions of fact on the staff presentation. The executive committee told me to gavel out members who stray from asking questions. At this point in time, after that, I will call on members of the public. We have quite a few members of the public who have asked to speak. And after that, we will have additional questions by the board members. And following that, we will get into the recommendation from the Finance Committee. And after that, we'll deal with the actions in several chunks. So, Mr. Miller, you are recognized to make the staff presentation.
Thank you and good morning.
Morning.
First, I want to express my appreciation to the board over the last 2 months for spending the time to learn about this issue of maybe something that you didn't know you were going to learn about different types of buses and bus technology. I want to express my thanks specifically to the Finance Committee, who, by my calculations, have spent now more than 3 hours discussing this issue at 2 subsequent meetings, the last 2 Finance Committee meetings, and I'm grateful to that. I want to thank the members of the public, the Sierra Club, for coming out and expressing their opinions on this issue, and especially to Phil Compton and Frank Jackalone for talking with me and trying to learn more about the most sustainable way in which we can provide our service. That being said, I'm going to give this presentation and this recommendation this morning, but I am the CEO of PSTA. I am not a bus technician or an expert on all of the technical aspects of this subject, so I very much rely on my professional staff, especially our Director of Maintenance, Henry Lukasik, and the Assistant Director of Maintenance, Joe Cheney, who are over here. They are the experts on bus technicians. I am not an expert on emissions calculations. I am not the expert on the financial financial aspects of this exactly. I rely on Debbie Leas, our Chief Financial Officer, for that information. We are working very hard on the routing and how an electric bus program might work in Pinellas County, and I very much rely on Cassandra Borchers and her staff, planning staff, to provide that technical detail on how we are scheduling and operating our buses. So that being said, this is a staff recommendation. It is a complete staff recommendation that I stand strong behind to go ahead and buy 7 hybrid electric buses this morning, replacement buses for our oldest fleet, our oldest 2001 Gillig buses, to replace them. In addition to go ahead and apply for the federal grant and make a strong application for that grant. We are on a path, I am recommending a path toward operating of electric battery-operated buses in Pinellas County. This recommendation today, though, is for 7 replacement buses, which I believe is a strong interim step on that path. I think members of the audience, and I believe at least myself and the staff, share the same ultimate goal, to operate electric buses in Pinellas County. It's just perhaps maybe we differ on how we're supposed to get there. This is a sustainable approach for the PSTA board to take. It is a 1-year decision. We are going to continue to study this and learn more in the coming months and year to make a better decision, no doubt, in the future. But we have done extensive analysis and work in the last 2 months since the PSTA board deferred on the decision to buy diesel buses at your August 26th meeting. The Finance Committee has received sort of a summary, a lot more detail than even this presentation has in it, but we have collected a lot of information on many different types of possible buses that we might purchase. Of course, the hybrid electric bus option has been studied, and we are making, that's our staff recommendation. We've looked at the diesel buses. We've looked at all electric battery-powered buses. We even looked at a new kind of bus that is an old bus that is refurbished, and then an electric engine replaces the diesel engine. And then we have had a number of discussions about compressed natural gas. Staff has worked incredibly hard. I am grateful for the amount of effort just in the last several months since the board deferred the action item in August that staff has put into this. We have had 3 electric bus displays here on property, and I'm thankful to the members of the board who attended at least some of those. We have had discussions with 3 different compressed natural gas providers and finance companies on that option. We have met with 5 different bus manufacturers to look at their latest recommendations, latest offerings, and spoken to 5 different transit maintenance directors of other transit systems in the United States that operate alternative fueled vehicles. We are much more knowledgeable than we were on this, and I believe in speaking one-on-one with, I believe, every one of you, except for Commissioner Fenger, who hopefully we'll get a chance to meet tomorrow, on this issue. And so I think you have more, I think we all have more information than when we started. On the CNG, on compressed natural gas option, that needs further study. What we have found is that there's a new financial offering in the market where several transit systems are entering into public-private partnerships with compressed natural gas companies, where they will build the facility and then basically finance the $5 to $7 million of that fueling station over a period of time through increased prices in compressed natural gas. That wasn't available in Florida, at least 2 years ago, but now is available. The issue with that for PSDA is that needs further study, because that public-private partnership, the gas companies hope to have that fueling station be not only available to PSDA, but also available to private other customers. Essentially like building a gas station on our property here, a compressed natural gas station, and then we would fuel there and others could potentially fuel there as well. And that will require additional study. Those companies are coming to PSDA and looking the way we might reorient the facility here at PSDA, that might be a possibility in the future. We are recommending a different kind of hybrid bus to buy than the kind that we have already in our fleet. Specifically, a different type of powertrain, a different type of hybrid electric transmission. This BAE Systems transmission is a series transmission versus the parallel transmissions that we have in our buses today. And in fact, the sales representative for BAE Systems, Mr. Fuhr, I see him here in the audience. Thank you for coming. The BAE, the series transmission is a different type of hybrid propulsion for the buses than what we have today, because the diesel engine in the bus only powers the batteries, only charges the batteries. In our current hybrid buses, the batteries and the diesel engine are always running, and they both work together to power the vehicle. Under this series transmission, there will be times when the bus will be 100% operated in electric mode, where the engine will not be running and the bus will be moving. That's similar to a Prius or a Chevy Volt operate in that same manner, where the engine is powering the batteries in a series, if that makes sense. This reduces emissions substantially and increases fuel economy substantially from even our current hybrid electric buses. We have also looked at electric buses. We are very focused on sustainability, but I've been told we're trying to reduce the get the air conditioning doing better here.
Thank you.
But we have looked at electric buses. I have been appreciative of the work that we have done in analyzing how we might move to a zero-emission fleet at PSDA. I have been disappointed or concerned at some of the misinformation that I have seen. Commissioner Long pointed out some information that she received out in the community that had some misinformation about the electric buses that I hope to clarify. Probably the biggest clarification, the biggest issue with the electric bus program is that the electric buses, unlike the hybrids or the diesels, require an additional capital infrastructure to invest in up front. Electric buses need en route charging stations, such as this one in downtown Louisville, Kentucky, for their brand new circulator system. This is a quick charging facility that charges the bus while en route. This charging station, while it looks like a relatively simple utility pole, is $500,000 to install and construct. There's an electrical power substation that's required, major utility work that's needed, and of course we have to select a site where the bus can stage for approximately 10 minutes while it charges. Most transit systems in the United States get more than one of these at different locations, but you do need a charging station in addition to buying the bus. It's like buying an iPhone without a charger. You can operate it for a little while, maybe one day, but then you'll be out of luck. The staff recommendation is to move forward with a purchasing of 7 hybrid electric, these Series BAE transmission buses. The reason that we are making that recommendation is, number one, it complies with your policy, your 2014 sustainability policy. It is the best environmental policy that we can make today. It is the best financial policy that we can make today, decision we can make today. In parallel with applying for the federal low-no electric bus grant, this option of buying the hybrids today gives us the most flexibility for the future. And finally, it maintains PSDA's leadership role in providing a sustainable transportation option for our community. PSTA does not have a policy that dictates the type of buses we buy. In 2013, the board contemplated setting a policy to buy only hybrids and voted not to do that, because mainly to allow us to have flexibility. This, as the Finance Committee knows, these options are changing constantly. The prices are coming down on electric options. They're changing on CNG. And I think that was a good decision not to lock ourselves into any type of technology. We did adopt a sustainability policy in 2014. The sustainability policy is not an environmental policy. It, like many other international organizations, it is a multifaceted way of making decisions from 3 perspectives: financial, environmental, and social. Buying hybrids today while looking to the future to get electric buses meets that obligation of that policy. Buying hybrids today is the best environmental policy. The number one most important thing is for us to replace, from an environmental perspective, is to replace the 2001 buses like this bus in the picture. This was a few years ago when it looked a lot better. Replace these old 2001 buses as fast as possible. With the electric bus option, which several of the emails I know the board has received have suggested about replacing these with electric buses, the issue there, while we support the idea of getting an electric bus, it will take time. It will take time to order the vehicles, to get those charging stations located and installed. You can see some of the other cities that we've talked with and how long it took them from the time that they got their grants, their federal grants, and started their electric bus service. That time delay, about 2 years more than buying either diesel buses or hybrid buses, of not purchasing lower emission buses, negates the value of buying electric buses today. This chart shows the emissions comparisons between the 2001 diesel buses that we are trying to get rid of, which is the column on the left-hand side, and their emissions on carbon dioxide, particulate matter, NOx, which generates smog, and carbon monoxide. The second column over is the emissions comparisons on the diesel buses we would buy, which the Finance Committee recommended to purchase. The third column over is the hybrid emissions. These are the hybrid emissions on the current buses we have in our fleet. The emissions on the BAE transmission that we are recommending would be even a little bit lower. And then the fourth column over is CNG. You can see the comparisons between the 2001 and any option we choose today are substantial. And even, which lately I've heard a recommendation, you might hear it today again, to purchase just 1 or 2 electric buses and the rest diesel. Even the delay on just 2 electric buses, on having 2 years where those two 2001 diesel buses continue to operate on the streets of Pinellas County and have greater emissions, will offset the benefits of buying those 2 electric buses. This is the best financial decision for the PSTA board to take at this time. As you know, we have a path forward strategic plan. And I will point out that at your places, since last meeting, we were talking a lot about the Path Forward plan, and those Path Forward diagrams are taped down to your desk. We've provided you a second copy that you can actually lift off, so you can have that too. In that Path Forward strategic plan, we have focused very heavily on developing a sustainable capital improvement program. We have cut $7 million out of our CIP of other projects and moved that $7 million over to buying buses. We have a plan to privatize some of our services and reduce our fleet size. We have set aside $28.5 million in our capital program, the most of any project, to replace buses in our fleet. The Finance Committee has had a lot of discussions about this, asked us to look at the impacts of making these decisions on our capital reserves that we have set aside. If we buy, as the Finance Committee recommends, diesel buses, our capital grants and reserves will be sustainable for the next 5 years. If we move forward with the staff recommendation of buying the hybrid electric buses, PSTA's capital, and we continue to buy hybrids, PSTA's capital reserves and grants will provide us a 4-year sustainable program. If we buy all electric buses, if we just convert to electric buses today, even with the 3 to 3.5 year delay, our grants and capital reserves will sustain us for 2 years. Essentially, this time next year, we will start discussing other options if we make that decision. But it makes financial sense for our operating budget as well. The most important decision today is to replace the oldest buses in our fleet as fast as we can. Those buses, as this graph I think is somewhat intuitive shows, older buses cost more to maintain than newer buses. The 2001 buses are costing, on average, about $26,000 a year to replace, while our newest buses are less than $5,000 a year to maintain. So replacing the 7 oldest buses in our fleet with newer buses will save PSTA funding. We have some relatively positive news on the funding, on our funding forecast, and perhaps I'd like to think that it is even thanks to the work that you and we have done with our own legislative house voted on their transportation authorization bill that includes increased funding for buses. The Senate had previously approved that, and we heard when Commissioner Long and Commissioner Rice and I were in Washington, D.C., that our letter, sponsored by Congressman Jolly, to support increased bus funding in the transportation bill had an impact. It became a bipartisan letter from all the congressional delegation in the Tampa Bay area. In addition, I think as Commissioner Bajowski said, there is good discussion at the Pinellas MPO and a commitment by the executive director to at least have a discussion, a multimodal discussion on how the STP funding at the MPO will be prioritized. So again, the options, the two options, the Finance Committee recommended buying 9 diesel buses, essentially replacing the 7 oldest buses plus 2 additional for $4.9 million. Or I'm sorry, for $4.5 million. The staff recommendation is to buy 7 hybrid electric with the BAE transmissions for $4.5 million. That will use, under either scenario, we will use federal grants to fund that in this year, but the long-term effect, the 9 diesel bus purchase would not have any effect on that 5-year program as our 5-year sustainability. As I said, if we buy the electric hybrid buses, we would have a 4-year length that our reserves and grants would hold out for. I'm getting toward the end, I promise. A lot of the discussion, a lot of the information contained in some of the emails I saw was about the life cycle cost of this decision. What is the total cost, the purchase price plus ongoing maintenance plus fuel savings or fuel expenses of this long-term decision. These buses that we buy today will last for 15 years, like all of our buses do. PSTA has, I'm very proud, has advanced in this area too. As most of you know, I'm very involved in National Research Council transportation research activities, and we were able to use a national model designed to do this kind of life cycle cost analysis. Of course, these are tools that you use. They are based on assumptions. They are based on a lot of different assumptions, on fuel economy, on what the price of diesel fuel will be or kilowatt hours will be over the next 15 years. They can be optimistic or pessimistic. The bottom line on our life cycle cost analysis between our analysis of the diesel, electric, or hybrid electric options are they are all relatively comparable over the total cost of over a 15-year period. The hybrid electric bus, which PSTA board, we presented some information that showed that that was relatively comparable a couple years ago. We still believe that. Depends on the price of fuel. Right now we are paying $2 per gallon of diesel fuel, a relatively low price. If the price rises to $3 a gallon over the next 15 years, which it very may well do, then the hybrid electric buses become cheaper than the diesel buses. If you buy 10 electric buses where you can allocate that infrastructure cost of those charging stations over 10 buses rather than just 1 or 2, then the electric bus over 15 years, the electric buses, if you buy a large number of them, proves to be slightly less expensive over their life. PSTA is also recommending, this is part of your recommendation, to apply and work very aggressively for a successful application to the federal government for a low-no, that stands for low emission or no emission bus grant program to buy electric buses. We have a multi-pronged approach to getting a successful application. There's no guarantee. It's going to be very competitive to get these grants like it always is. But we believe we are working at all possible angles. We have, of course, our new legislative team in Washington, D.C., who is working and providing us information. We have read the applications of all the winners last go-round to learn from those. I spent my last several days in Daytona Beach talking to the bus vendors about their recommendations. They're coming to visit with PSTA staff tomorrow to work on this application. We are going to provide a local match, which is the regular cost of buses, and then apply to the federal government for the incremental cost of electric buses, the charging stations, and the incremental cost estimated at about $300,000 and some of the electric buses. Probably ask for between 6 and 10 electric buses for this pilot program. Last but not least, this recommendation today, the staff recommendation to buy hybrid electric buses, will maintain PSTA's leadership. PSTA has the highest number of hybrid electric buses of any fleet in the state of Florida, including the 1,500 bus fleet Miami-Dade Transit. We have the highest proportion of alternative fueled vehicles of any transit system in Florida today, and that will continue. Something that maybe has been a little bit lost in some of the emails and discussion about this bus purchase is that riding the bus is one of the most environmentally friendly things that an individual can do. And we're very proud of our 4 years of record ridership, increasing more people taking advantage of the public transit in Pinellas County. Riding the bus instead of driving your car is a better thing for the environment than replacing your light bulbs, turning all of your appliances in your house to Energy Star, and making it hot or cold in your place combined. It is the most significant thing that an individual can do to reduce their carbon footprint. And we are very proud of that. Obviously, this is a trade-off discussion that we can have about the funds that we have to buy vehicles versus operator services. But we believe we have a balanced one-year recommendation before you to apply for this federal Low-No grant to get us on the path toward an electric bus program at PSTA, and to order 7 Gillig hybrid electric buses with this series transmission at a cost of not to exceed $4.9 million. Mr. Chairman, I would be glad to answer questions, and then we can.
Are there questions of fact to Mr. Miller at this time? Commissioner Gerard.
Yes, I have a question about your statement about the 3.5-year delay. Can you explain that on electric buses? What is the delay, 3.5-year delay that you're talking about?
Well, I would say I would not describe it as a delay. If I did, I'm
Well, you did,
sorry.
actually.
It is just the time that we would anticipate it taking between today and when we would have an operating electric bus on the streets of Pinellas County.
But why?
There is the time which on any bus it takes to order and manufacture the bus. But in addition, on the electric bus option, we have to install 1 or preferably 2 electrical charging stations on the specific route that we choose to run those buses on. We need to work, we are recommending that we launch a service in St. Petersburg. So we need to work with the city of St. Petersburg to identify and acquire right-of-way property in that time period. We need to order the charging stations. We believe those can be provided in about a year's time. But then installing those, working with utility companies, that is what takes more time than ordering a regular bus, which takes about a year, is the infrastructure of those charging stations. Could it be done in less than, could it be done in less than 3 years? We hope so. We would work to do so. But as I showed, all these other cities that have done this has taken about 3 to 3.5 years.
And it's mainly the charging station, you're saying?
That's right.
Okay. And I wasn't here in 2014, but can you tell me what social sustainability is?
Well, essentially,
I know it's kind of a random question, but.
right. So the sustainability policy of PSDA suggests that you look at any decision that you make as an organization from financial, environmental, and social. And social, I would say, in this case, speaks to PSDA wanting to be a leader to provide sustainable public transportation for our community. It is the hybrid electric buses, the smart buses that are running around Pinellas County are very popular with customers and others in all of the surveys that we receive. The idea of having a clean transportation alternative is socially or publicly a popular item. It is important for PSTA to have a good image in that aspect. Those are sort of the social perspectives on this decision.
Okay, that's what I thought it was, but also just want to make a brief comment.
No comments, please.
I'm going to make a comment.
Commissioner, can we defer that?
I'm disappointed that we didn't get the information that we asked for at the last meeting. And that we had to rely on information from other sources, which has been discredited or tried to be discredited several times. And I think there was an alternative to doing it that way, which was getting the information while we were trying to make the decision.
Yeah.
Commissioner Welch.
Again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have 3 questions at this point. On slide 10, if you can go back to it. Oh, we can't see it up there, but it's the
graph.
Yeah, it shows average cost per bus.
Yeah.
Is that just the initial capital cost? It's not operating or fuel, it's just the initial?
This is ongoing maintenance. This is ongoing maintenance. This is the average maintenance cost to maintain these vehicles per year. So this does not count the initial purchase price. So in 2015,
Well,
on
let me ask
average,
the question between 07, the 22,964,
Why those buses are
Right,
higher?
versus, yeah.
So, that's a great question, Commissioner Welch. All of our diesel buses and hybrid buses go through a midlife overhaul of some sort. In the case of diesels, they get a whole new engine and transmission. In the case of the hybrid electrics, they are just starting. We have hybrid electrics starting in 2009. And they are just starting to have their batteries and other electrical components replaced. And so that uptick in the cost is due to those midlife overhauls.
Okay, and when you mention a $3 threshold, which makes hybrid basically the same cost as diesels.
Yeah.
Per gallon diesel. That includes replacing the batteries on the hybrids, that's included in that analysis?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Same thing on the diesels, it includes replacing the engines
Okay.
on the comparison.
On the BAE transmissions, is that a mature, proven technology?
It is, it
Okay.
is.
And on the NOLO, are we talking to all vendors like BYD? Are they included in the conversation, or have we just targeted Proterra?
We are talking to all vendors. We are still talking to all vendors, but the information we've received from our legislative advocacy team and other transit properties is, in order to have a successful application to the feds, they would like you to identify a specific vehicle provider as a partner. And after a lot of analysis of the different options, the staff is recommending that we partner with Proterra for our application.
Did we review BYD?
We
which
did.
is partnered with Miami and New York City?
We did.
We did, okay. That's all I have. No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
Thank you, Chairman. In some of our other backup material, I saw that we had identified that 15 of our 40 routes would be suitable for electric buses. And I suppose, kind of following on Commissioner Gerard's questions, I had made the assumption that that was based on having a charging station located centrally here on the PSTA premises. So I guess my question is, I wasn't thinking that was a scenario that would involve en-route charging stations. So my question is, if we included en-route charging stations, would that mean that there would be more routes that could be applicable for electric buses? And I guess my question is there a scenario where we could go forward with the purchase of an electric bus, not using the en-route charging system, but instead looking at the routes where we could charge it centrally here and see what routes could work with that sort of configuration?
That's a good question. I think some of the similar question came up at the Finance Committee meeting. The analysis that we identified and presented to the Finance Committee, that 15 of PSTA's 40 routes could possibly utilize electric buses, was not based on charging stations or no charging stations. It was based on the mileage, the length of routes, and the limited range of electric buses on one charge without being charged. So, and we need to do further, this is preliminary analysis. Preliminary analysis by both us and bus manufacturers have identified that 15 of our routes are short enough that we could implement electric vehicles on those routes because the length of them is to be appropriate. We have also looked at different alternatives, and there are some different technology alternatives out there where you don't have charging stations like Louisville, like the Proterra in-route charging stations, and you have a charging station here just at PSTA. So far, those are not considered quick charge. The options that we have seen take as long as 6 hours to charge the vehicle, so we'd have to redo the facility here. But we have analyzed those buses, those electric buses, gotten a lot of information. I'm sure Henry and Joe can give you a lot more information, And we are recommending that the best option for PSTA from a technical perspective would be this type of bus that has an en-route, a quick charging station on the route. We would not recommend the kind that just have the slow charging stations here at the facility.
Commissioner Long?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Brad, for your presentation. And I just have a few questions, actually, Mr. Chair, that I want to make sure that I'm hearing what's being said in a way that allows me to make an informed decision today. So while I'm not so disappointed about not having all of the information that we now know today, because I recognize that it's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of new information that surfaces weekly on almost everything that we do. What I am concerned about, though, is the long-range thinking of maybe yourself and staff, or how that gets conveyed. And specifically, I'm referring to our meeting last month where Commissioner Welch asked the question, how many hybrid buses would be purchased in the next 4 fiscal years? The answer from Ms. Leos was 7 in 2016, 5 for 17, 15 for 2018, and 15 for 2019. To me, with the information we have today, I see that as a bit antiquated in terms of how many hybrid buses we're going to end up with versus the opportunity to move towards electric. And so, oh, well, thank you. All I'm saying is, because this is such an evolving technology and there are so many things that are changing, I want to make sure that the decision we make today is a decision that's just talking about how many buses are we getting for next year.
That's right.
Because I believe by the time we come back here next year, there'll be a whole new conversation we'll be having about the possibility of what's out there. Is that right?
That's exactly right. You are
Okay.
making a one-year decision.
Okay. Secondly, I had this conversation with you, but I've not had an opportunity to share it with my colleagues. And you know that 2 days ago, I had a very lengthy meeting with the representatives from Duke Energy. I do believe that if PSTA administrative folks, you, maybe the engineers, whoever's responsible for that, have a conversation with the engineers at Duke, that there's a big possibility that a partnership can be formed whereby, working in concert together, costs can be mitigated as well as the time to make all of this happen.
Yes,
And is that right?
I think that is right. I'm very hopeful for that.
Okay.
That's right.
So my question now would be, given the presentation we heard from you today, and given our initiative that we have at the federal level for that grant, and given the opportunity to partner with Duke, can we have an ongoing discussion that keeps us up to date on a monthly basis about just what is coming down the pike and what the opportunities might be, so that we are always talking about how to position ourselves for the future and not just for right now?
I'm sure we can certainly have that discussion of how we might do that. Maybe at our next executive committee, that might be
That would be good.
a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Long. There were questions in there for the board. If we're getting, we're spending the time we need to on this item, but if we can deal with the questions first, the real factual questions first, these are, some of these other questions probably are better at later on the round robin here. Next is Vice Mayor Barkley.
Commissioner Bartley.
Commissioner.
That's a rotating position, Vice President, or Vice Mayor in our city, so. Mr. Miller, thank you for all your work on this. How many routes do we have altogether?
40.
And what's, in length, what's the longest, say, 3 routes that we have, and what's the shortest, say, 3 routes in mileage?
I can get that information and get back to you later.
Okay.
I don't wanna-
What's the average mileage projection for the electric buses without a charge, just an overnight charge?
I can provide that information too. That
Okay.
There's difference depending on the type of vehicle, the type of charge, et cetera.
So my question is similar to the question raised earlier. It would seem that we could, on some of our shorter routes, be able to acquire electric buses that would run with simply an overnight charge and without the interim charging station, that would give us an opportunity to evaluate and check out, in effect, do what the Air Force, I'm an old Air Force maintenance officer, calls lead the fleet, where we deliberately work on trying to find out the impact of both the benefits and the flaws of electric buses by running them on the shortest routes that we have, using overnight charging only without the expense and delay of an interim charging station.
That is a possibility. That is not the recommendation from staff to purchase that technology, which is been very limited in its actual operation in the United States to date. It is new technology that is just coming out, and it would not be the recommendation that PSTA invest substantial funding of our own funding in that technology until it becomes proven. What is proven is the technology, or it is becoming proven, this technology of having the quick charge stations along the route. That has been installed in dozens of cities now with great success. This is information from that my technical folks have provided, and we could go down that road. There are some cities, there's a demonstration of a vehicle like that, but it would just not be, in the staff's recommendation, a prudent decision to make at this time, especially without the benefit of having some special grant funds or something to do that kind of pilot, that test.
Thank you.
Commissioner Finger.
Thank you. My question follows along what has actually just been asked, which is, you may have discussed before in previous discussions, where else, what other cities would you have you looked at, which we could say is a model for what we are looking at today when you're talking about, or let's say more so on the side of electric buses. What is the research, what you just said, the 12 cities, did you say 12 that you looked at?
Oh, I think electric buses have probably been tested or installed maybe even more than 12.
Okay. And so can you tell us any that are highly, other than the Louisville example that you just had up there, where else is a
Sure.
really great example of where it's been used?
Well, we have had a lot of those discussions about if there is another model that's comparable to PSTA. There's one city in Florida that has electric vehicles, that's Tallahassee. We've had extensive conversations with Tallahassee, but Tallahassee is oriented a little bit different. They have the capital, the downtown area, and then their bus system goes out in a hub and spoke system all to the downtown. They have their charging stations at their downtown hub. And the way they operate their 5 electric buses is they send them on from the one end of the city, just through the downtown to the other end of the city and back, and then they charge for 10 minutes at the quick charging station. They're only getting 30-mile distance on their electric buses. Now, they have an older model of electric bus. In addition, I'm not exactly certain, and I was told it has nothing to do with the quality of their electric bus program. They're very pleased with that performance, but what I was told by the general manager of Tallahassee was they are changing their mind and going to CNG. But I'm not sure exactly why. I gave other examples. The largest operation of electric buses is in California, Foothill Transit, which is in the suburbs of LA. It's not necessarily, it maybe is the closest model to PSTA because it's not necessarily a downtown hub where they all pulse in and out of, but more of a linear kind of area, kind of like Pinellas County. They have a great successful program with, I think, 16 electric buses operating today with dozens more on order. California is a little bit different, however, in that they are not permitted in California to operate diesel buses. Every bus in California is either CNG or electric. And they have a mandate by their state government to purchase, I think 10% of their fleet has to be a no-emission vehicles. So and the state provides the funding for that, which is not the case in Florida. So California is a little bit different. Nashville, Louisville are southeast examples where they have gotten grants from the federal governments like we are proposing to do and are launching and have electric bus programs up and running.
So you said before we're not sure how often stationed, but you don't know how often it would need to be charged. Just as I said before, how many miles it would run before needing that charge?
Yes, well, what
Or how
the
many
bus,
hours?
We have an idea. We have the operators' estimates of the range of their new technology and the ranges on how they believe in a test mode how long their bus will operate. What we don't know, of course, is with the conditions in Pinellas County, with our climate, with our configuration on the routes, exactly the distance that battery-operated buses can work. But we're hoping to get some much more detailed analysis here in Pinellas County in the next several weeks so that we can have a really successful grant application and know that information, pick the routes, the specific routes that we would operate at least our first test if we're successful with that grant.
Interesting. And do you have, the way that I see it is that it's really part of a larger, if I back up, you said, riding a bus is the most environmentally friendly thing we can do out of the triple bottom line, which is agreed. But so in order to have that happen, clearly more promotion, more excitement, all of that. But also, wouldn't it be part of a larger comprehensive plan where the buy-in would have to be from all the municipalities to really want to have that type of transportation through their city, especially if you wanted the charging stations and where those charging stations were located? I see it just as just really being, like I said, a part of the larger comprehensive plan of where we were all going and the path forward as you have created here, and looking at the committed to being sustainable and cost budgeting and things of that sort. So having everybody be on that same path together.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. I think that's what the Path Forward plan calls for, is to ensure the PSTA is expanding its partnerships with all of the communities, the MPO, and others. And that's exactly right. We will only be successful at getting a grant or speaking when we speak together with other partners.
Thank you.
Councilmember Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good presentation, Brad. I want to commend you on your thoroughness. I love the benchmarking. I know we always go out and see what other municipalities are doing with the similar technology. My question to you, when we purchased the hybrid electric buses in 2009, was this BAE series hybrid electric transmission available at that time?
No, it was not.
So
we do not have that type of transmission in the fleet today.
Okay, so when we bought that technology in 2009, technology has changed.
That's right.
Okay, now, I'm a little nerdy on the electronic part. How exactly does the transmission work? Is it a charging station in motion, or how does that work? I mean, it
rhetorical
charges
question
the
for me.
battery?
I'm not a mechanic, I do not.
Could I ask the gentleman that has them, or no?
What is the nature of your question?
I'm asking how does that technology work versus what we have in the 2009 buses? You was
Okay,
telling
well,
us
as I
the difference.
described, generally, we have what are known as we have a parallel hybrid system where the batteries, the battery-powered electrical motor and the diesel engine are always operating when the bus is turned on together. It does improve, you have a smaller diesel engine and then you have better fuel economy and lower emissions. What we're proposing is a series system where the transmission is immediately connected to the batteries only. And the diesel engine through the transmission is connected to the batteries, and the batteries are always operating an electrical motor which is powering the bus. The diesel engine is only there to charge the batteries when they get low. That's what we're proposing. That is essentially what this BAE Systems series transmission does. What that does, the outcome of that is substantially better fuel economy. Because the bus is turned off, it is operating as an electric vehicle at slower speeds in the yard and in urban environments where there's many stops, and better emissions as well.
Is there any range limitations on that technology?
No.
Also,
Not in Dallas County.
So basically, we got a system now that will charge the batteries, I guess, in transit rather than running at the same time. Does that how does that fare for battery life? If the battery is gonna be going more now, or is it the same because they went with the engine?
Well, in Pinellas County, at least I'm parroting what was described by Henry at the Finance Committee. PSDA so far with its hybrid fleet of the different type of hybrid is seeing better than industry average results from our batteries. Maybe that's, I don't know why, but we are seeing good results on the batteries, so we would hope to see that with this BAE technology as well.
I also I wasn't here to vote for the buses, the hybrid electric, but I want to definitely highlight the point that you say we have the most hybrid electric buses than any transit organization. We're just in Florida.
In Florida.
Florida. So that's the commendable. What do you think that, what is the amount of the carbon footprint that's being reduced by having that many hybrid electric buses versus the diesels that we have in the fleet also? Or do you know that?
We provided that graph. It shows the comparison between our older buses and our newer buses, but we could try to compute that.
Also, I want to, as it talks about going to electric buses, I think that's a great step to pursue. I do know that I support that the infrastructure being.
Mr. Newton?
Sorry?
We're asking questions.
I am, but I'm framing my question, if it's okay with you.
All right.
All right. The infrastructure for the buses, right along with the right-of-way, is there any danger just having that infrastructure there? Does it pose any risk in your studies or benchmarking? I'm talking about where the buses pull up at.
Yeah.
The thing that's hanging over. Is there any problems or any risks to just having that when the bus is not there?
Yes, well, we have had some discussions with that. There are certainly safety issues related to these high-powered quick charging stations, but in talking with the different cities that we've talked with, they have been able to handle those with no major concerns.
So it's been mitigated. My other question was, it was talk about, and I had a meeting with Mr. Phil, and he talked about leasing batteries to get the cost down. Could we do that? Is that a possibility of leasing batteries on electric buses?
That is a possibility that we will talk further with the electric bus companies and perhaps put into our grant. But at least so far, what Ms. Leos and our finance division has equated is there is not a financing option that we have been presented with by any company that results in a lower cost than just purchasing the bus outright. Obviously, you're going to be paying interest, and over the life of the vehicle, you will pay more if you lease the batteries or lease the entire bus or any kind of financing arrangement. So we have done some analysis of that, but they're coming out, as Commissioner Long and others have said, they're coming out with new options at us all the time. This is the best information we know today. We'll know more tomorrow.
Now, the electric buses, the ones that charge en route and takes 10 minutes under the charger, when they approved those grants, was it for the buses and the infrastructure or just for the buses? So it's for the whole complete,
And the chargers.
whole complete program?
Yeah.
Okay, so I support that on our legislative agenda. I'm glad we're making inroads at that. And lastly, I want to say that the sustainability pledge that PSTA took up and also the path forward that we're doing, this is right in line with that. I'm happy you didn't get locked into one technology because as you just stated, from 2009 till today, with the same style buses, different transmissions, technology is changing. And I want to give a shout out to my buddy Mayor Beavis and what Duke did, because someone mentioned Duke, with installing those solar panels that's going to save them over $400,000 a year of renewable energy and being green for the environment while giving them a bunch of dirt to make a killer BMS
Councilmember,
tracks.
your question, please.
My question is, and I think I mentioned this to you in our conversation. When I was on Tampa Bay Regional Planning, we got a grant, or someone funded the charging stations we got throughout St. Pete and a lot of our points of interest through downtown. Is there a possibility to get something like that done to take care of the infrastructure and then maybe go out to just getting electric buses?
I think that's exactly what Commissioner Long spoke to Duke Energy about, and I'm hopeful that maybe there might be some kind of partnership we might strike with them or some other local private group so that we could advance that timing of 3 years to being even shorter.
Are they, like you said, CNG has just come around, would the electric bus operation be a candidate for the 3P, public-private partnership?
Yes, especially since Duke Energy is our electrical provider, they would they benefit by us going to the electric bus route.
I like Mr. Long's information of updating the board monthly on the technology that's changing. I think that's important.
Yeah.
Good job.
Commissioner Eggers.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on a couple of questions, Commissioner Long brought up a point about technology committee. Do we have, because technology is changing so quickly, and in the last 2 months, we've had a whirlwind of information. Decision makers having a whirlwind of information is a nervous thing to me. So we need to balance that out. Do we have a task force made up of staff and potentially residents that do that kind of ongoing analysis of what's out there in this world? Or are we just doing it on a reactive basis when a purchase comes up? Do we have such a task force? I think it'd be a good thing, but do we have one? That's my question.
It's a great question and something we can look at. You know, we do not have a citizen or a specific PSDA board task force on technology, but we can certainly look at that. I think we should discuss that. The staff does participate in statewide, I'm forgetting the name of it, but a technical forum that does keep our staff, our IT staff as well as our maintenance staff, informed on the latest technology. PSDA has a long-standing great relationship with Qatar. Qatar is the Center for Urban Transportation Research at USF over in Tampa. And all of the bus technology research that Qatar does, which they do a lot, is actually done here at PSTA. They do all these training courses and a lot, my staff can give you a lot more updated on that, but our staff is maybe constantly going and participating in different forums, mostly statewide, to keep informed, and we could certainly look at how to either inform our Riders Committee, which does meet monthly on a more regular basis on technology upgrades, and the board.
Yeah, and I think that would be something that I'd like to hear back, some more thoughts on your part. But again, trying to stick to questions, we have you're asking for 7 buses, 7 hybrid, that's your recommendation, and there's an incremental cost over the diesel. What do you think that payback period is to make up the cost difference? Over, would you say 5 years, 7 years, to make up the cost difference between those 2 environmental buses,
The analysis that we've done, the only technical analysis that we have done is, to answer your question, I know that it would be paid back over the 12-year life, over 12 years.
Okay.
I'd have to make a guess
Okay.
as what, if it's shorter than that.
Well, frankly, I don't want to hear guesses in the future, so I'd really like to get that information, but I appreciate the fact that the life of, you get paid back over the life of that. I suggest it could be shorter than that, but we don't know that information, so that would be important to know as well. I think there's a lot of interest on this board in the public to explore the electric, so the task force thing is critical. The 6 to 10 electric buses that you're talking about on that pilot program, what's the capital cost to us for that? You said that we have, there's some matching that goes on there?
That's right. So what we would apply for the federal grant for, and I don't know we don't have the number of vehicles that we want to ask for confirmed yet, but let's just, for this math, six electric buses. We would ask for the incremental capital cost, upfront capital cost of the electric bus versus a diesel bus. A diesel bus to PSTA costs $500,000, and the electric bus is estimated to cost about $820,000. So $320,000 times 6, plus what we're recommending is 2 quick charging stations, $500,000 each, plus a facility charging system here is about $50,000. So my math works out, that's about a $3 million grant program. The cost of PSTA would be, the match would be to buy the regular diesel bus, and then to go electric, that would be paid for by the feds.
Understand. So that's on top of the bus purchase in your first option scenario, you know, the first recommendation. That's additional monies than the 7.
No, we already have in our capital program the
Understand.
cost to replace buses, so that it would not be additional.
And the only other thing is, I didn't see, I was looking through this quickly this morning, I still don't see any kind of reserve analysis done, you know, in here. Certainly, you have a capital program, have the operating, but could we get that? I know you have it. Did we get that information as we start to make decisions?
Certainly.
How those reserves are fluctuating with this change, or whatever your recommendation is versus the diesel purchase? It'd be good to know all of that information. Thank you.
Mayor Beavis?
Yep,
You
Mr.
did not ask a question.
No, I have just a quick question. I do want to dovetail on Commissioner Eggers and Commissioner Long that I'm glad we didn't make this decision a couple of months ago. I think we have a lot more information on this technology, be it hybrid or electric or light diesel. And I think I agree with Commissioner Long and Eggers that this is a very fluid technology, and we need to really, whether it's a task force or whatever it is, be on top of it, because we're going to be back here again next year and the following year, and we want to make sure that we have the best available information. And then to that, the Low-No grant, I see the application deadline. When do we expect the feds to make some decision on issuing those grants?
They haven't given a specific date or promise, but it would likely be in the springtime.
Okay, so a fairly short return time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have 2 board members that want to ask a second question on this round. Can we, and that's Commissioner Gerard.
Promise it's a question this time, several questions. No speeches. So there are actually 2 rounds of NOLO funding that we'll be applying for, right? One that's current round, and then there's one to come out in the near future. Can we talk about that in the legislative committee?
Well, not exactly. There's one round that FTA has announced that we're applying for now. It's due November 23rd.
Right.
What our legislative committee voted and has as a priority is for Congress to support a well-funded Low-No program into the future. And
But I thought there was another one that was already established. Maybe I missed.
no, but
We can talk about that again.
both the House and the Senate programs do maintain the program into the future.
Okay. And we are working now with Proterra on preparing that application for the 23rd, for
We are.
November 23rd.
Yes.
And they're being helpful?
They've been incredibly helpful.
Okay. I need to clarify, and maybe it's just I wasn't hearing this, and maybe you don't know the answer, but when you have the what do you call that?
En route.
The
En
en
route.
route sort of charger. Does that mean that a bus can run continuously as long as it's charging on a regular basis? You could have a route where they charge for, or you could have run the route, come back to the station or whatever and charge for 10 minutes and do it again?
Yes.
All day?
Yes.
So there is no limit to how many routes you can use it on as long as you have the stations in the right places to.
Right, there was some information I saw in some of the emails of an estimate that a charger could support a certain number of
Right.
buses.
But it'd have to be in the
And
right place.
I would have to understand that, because my understanding is essentially, it takes about 10 minutes to fully charge based on your routes and a lot of assumptions, but essentially, you could constantly have vehicles, if you had that many coming in there.
Right.
It just takes time to be charged.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't see any specific information. The only thing that you gave us on the financial comparisons, life cycle cost, was that we didn't have any information on the electric buses, but apparently we do. And that's lower than the hybrids over time, lifetime cost. And you said that earlier, that that the lifetime cost over the life of the bus, 15 years, I guess, or 18 or whatever,
Yes.
is lower for the electric buses, including purchase of the station.
Okay, so
I mean, I
essentially
don't know.
what we talked about.
That was
at-
the question.
Okay.
Does that include the cost of the station?
That's a great question. That's a great question. What we presented to the Finance Committee, which is true, is there is no electric bus of the current technology that is operated for its entire life. So these life cycle cost analyses that we're doing on electric buses are based on assumptions. No bus is old enough to have been retired yet that's operating today. So that information is what we don't actually have a completed electric bus. But we have done a number of scenarios modeling the life cycle cost of all these different technologies. And as I think I told Commissioner Welch, based on your assumptions, if you buy, I believe in our analysis, 9 or 10 electric buses, and you have 2 charging stations, fixed infrastructure cost, and you spread that cost over 10 vehicles, then the electric buses in total over their 12 to 15 years of life are a slightly lower total cost than the hybrids or the diesels. If you only buy 1 or 2 and you have to allocate that charging station cost to just 1 or 2 buses, they do not, they are more over their life.
Okay, and there's a question. I used to have a Prius, I just got rid of it. And one of the concerns about a Prius is that eventually you're gonna end up buying a new battery. And I'm wondering, how long have electric buses been running in urban areas? I mean, what's the longest, or the,
20 years?
Mike?
Good morning.
Morning.
To answer your, Henry Lukasik, Director of Maintenance. In urban transit application, I can say that they have been used probably over the last 5 to 10 years-ish. The caveat to that is, as Brad mentioned, there has been no electric bus that has gone 12 years or completed an entire life cycle. What's interesting also is the technology has changed very quickly. I remember 2 or 3 committee meetings ago, Commissioner Dighton asked me, is there any new battery technology on the horizon coming up? And at that time, I think it was about 3 months ago, I said, well, we're kind of in the lithium-ion type technology right now. Commissioner Dighton, I do have an update for you that I learned about, which is there has been some discussion that probably around 2017, 2018, possibly sooner, there will be a brand new type of battery technology out there that has moved beyond lithium-ion. To kind of, also in a roundabout way to answer your question, Commissioner Welch asked, is the technology mature? It's getting there. It's getting there. It's just to try and, talk about life cycle costs or how long batteries are going to last. The technology's changing just as rapidly as the time is passing. So to answer the question about how long will the batteries last, that remains to be seen. I can tell you here with our existing hybrid buses, we are getting the design life of the batteries on the buses, approximately 90,000 hours. We are getting what it was rated for, and we're actually exceeding it in some applications. I can tell you with the Proterra bus, in the last, I think since 2011 up until today, there's been 2 generations of battery technology, 2. So there could be a third by 2018. So when we talk about that technology, we're comparing what could possibly be 3 different generations of battery. The battery technology itself is what is key. Battery technology, as it improves, as it matures, will equal range. Range equals mileage or hours out on the street. One of the key points that we are looking at when we talk about electric vehicles is in our application in Pinellas County, what route or routes will they work well on? And we have a lot of different factors that we need to consider when we look at electric buses. Mileage is important, but it's not the only factor. We have to look at a term called hotel load. We are here in Pinellas County, we deal with the heat, the humidity. We have some intersections that are rather long when you sit at them. So as you're sitting there, as you're utilizing accessories on the bus, whether it be your air conditioning or destination sign, that is drawing down energy. So it's very important that when we look at routes, and we have to look at them carefully, that the route will work with the bus, electric bus, or any bus that is on it. That is a key point. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I have one other sort of related question. Seeing that the battery technology is changing so quickly, there was some mention in here about leasing batteries. Does that make sense over time? If you want to, I wish
We'd have to look at that a little bit further.
Yeah, that's just something to think about. I probably wish I had had that option in my Prius.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Yeah, it's a question. Could we go back to the slide, the 1-year decision should be made is the title. It has the 4 charts. And I just, I observed with that slide, and I'm surprised to even hear myself saying this, but it's pretty amazing how much better the 2012 diesel emissions look. I know that we obviously can't look at the 2015 models because there's just, those models haven't been used long enough to have a record to measure, to hang our hat on. But when I look at the first graph, I'm struck by the difference between the 2012 diesel and the hybrid electrics and CO2 emissions. But the other 3 charts, in terms of particulate, nitrous oxide, and CO emissions, it's really remarkable how much better the newer diesel buses match up compared to the old diesels, which are exactly the ones that we want to replace and take off the road. So I guess it strikes me as we go back to our sustainability policy of looking at financial, social, and environmental foundations to make decisions. Obviously we have financial constraints, or we would just look at, buying all hybrids and electrics, but the social and environmental constraints give us pause for just going out and buying the less expensive, more polluting vehicles. So I guess what I'm suggesting here is a possible defensible compromise on the table that maybe this board would consider entertaining, which would be to look at a combination of the newer diesel and electric buses for the purchase. And I'm sure no one here is comfortable with swapping numbers or coming up with a compromise, you know, on the wing, on the dais today, but perhaps it would be something that we could look at as the art of the possible, where we can keep moving forward. The total purchase is defensible because for what we lose, for some of the things that we lose with the diesel purchase, we make up for with the purchase of 2 electric buses. And then lastly, my other question is for the advocates, when I think they're gonna be up, we're gonna hear from them pretty shortly. I would like to hear someone address the issue of the power plant emissions versus tailpipe emissions, because the electric buses obviously do great when it comes to tailpipe emissions, but it does require a source of energy to power the charging stations, and I'd just like to hear someone comment on the pros and cons of how that's weighed.
Thank you. Those are all the hands that I saw come up. We have gotten 2 hours into our meeting. If we are expecting a longer meeting, we generally do take a break. Now, the question is, do you want to take a break for 5 minutes, or do you want to continue? I'm seeing a few nods. Let's limit it to no more than 5 minutes, and I mean 5 minutes. I have 10:58 right now. That would be 11:03. We'll take a 5-minute break. Go. Be great. If you want to say something that somebody else has already said, we'll give you extra points if you just say that rather than saying it a second time. The first member of the public to speak is Ramon May Clark. Ms. Clark, or Ms. May Clark? Good morning. Please come up to the microphone.
Good morning. I come today to echo Brad. I think we should buy the buses, the electric buses, because they're environmentally more safe than the diesel buses. I've been through cities with diesel buses and you can't breathe. So my advice is to buy the buses and go with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next public comment is from Mr. Tom Rask, who is also speaking for Sully Grasso. Mr. Rask.
Good morning again. Tom Rask, unincorporated Seminole. Just give me a second to get organized here. Let's start with what's important. I'm kind of sleep deprived because I've been working real hard to kill Go Hillsborough, also known as Greenlight Hillsborough. So when you're sleep deprived, you're a bit cold. Could we raise the temperature in here a little bit? It's a joke. Comic relief. Anyway, speaking of comic, indulge me for a second. I missed item 6A because I was outside talking to Ms. Borchers about 6B. And my comment about 6A is that the font that PSTA uses is amateurish and unprofessional on its meeting schedule. Reading from a comment by someone who writes books on font type says using Comic Sans, that's the font that's being used here. You send a visual message.
Mr. Rask, could you restrict your comments to the bus purchase?
I will just want to pass this to staff. So please look at getting a different font. I'll leave that here. Now, as far as the electric bus purchase, there are so many things to cover that 6 minutes not enough. 60 minutes would not be enough. It starts with the assumption that it's environmentally friendly. It's not. It has 0 tailpipe emissions, that's correct, but you can look at the U.S. Energy and Information Agency website in Florida. 92% of energy from electric generation is either from hydrocarbon sources, so that's CO2 emissions, or nuclear. And I hear a lot of people talking about this, they're very concerned about the environment. For those of you who dye your hair, next time you do, take that bottle and stick it in the nearest koi pond and see how well the fish do. there's this fake concern about environmental impact. Nobody here came by bus, by bicycle, or any alternative means of transportation. Someone did. That's a change. I meant on the board. I want to thank Brad for all his hard work on this, and I agree that this matter is urgent. He said so. I'm not opposed to electric buses. I believe I've said so before. But there's a lot of misinformation on price, on what the staff recommendation is, which I believe is still incorrect right now. As we look on the website, it still says purchase hybrids or purchase electric. This is something I sent an email to you about. I'm not even clear. Let me put it this way. If you were preparing for this meeting today as a citizen, and you wanted to think through the material and come here with reasonable comments, you're totally confused at this point, because what's online is not what was presented here. And I'm aware, Mr. Zimmett, that there's no requirement to post the agenda, but it would help if we could see it in advance. So there's misinformation on price, on what the staff recommendation is, and one piece of information that's gone out to you from the Sierra Club, and I quote, PSTA now estimates Proterra's buses would be a good fit for 15 of its 40 routes. That is not correct. I spoke to Ms. Borchers. They might be a fit. There's a difference between would be a fit and might be a fit. The pricing information they give in the same email is also incorrect. I already covered that their emission calculations are misleading, to say to the least. Also, this is not the best financial decision. It's asserted that it is, but you can just look at the cost of the diesel buses, the lifetime cost. Your sustainability policy looks to me, it's just a bunch of Venn diagrams. There are no hard numbers. It's fluff. This could be used by anybody to advocate anything, for anything. And I said that in an email to you, you got to have hard numbers. I believe you can get a diesel bus with this BAE transmission system. If that's incorrect, then let me know. I'm not clear from the material. There's nothing low-no about these buses. There are emissions. I want to stress that again. They come from hydrocarbons, which then turn into CO2 and CO, and nuclear. I covered that already. I understand, Mr. Miller, if I heard correctly, he was saying that PSTA wants to move to electric buses. I'm not aware of any policy decision by PSTA to move to electric. There are significant risks with this kind of technology, having it out there and it breaking down. And you're not the ones who would have to pick up stranded drivers. We have now a need for buses. I think you should look at buying, if not 7, then 9 conventional diesel buses, then have a really good study of what the options are moving forward and make this decision next year. I view it as if the board were to now vote for hybrid electric buses, or diesel hybrids as I call them. We need to remember they're still diesel. They're hybrids, but they're still diesel buses. You would be wasting $1.3 million, and you'd be going into reserves to please an enviro-radical, ideological minority. They're ideologically driven by this. And I covered that in an email. So I urge you to purchase the diesel buses, and let's talk about electric buses next year. I am not opposed to electric buses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rask. The next person to speak is Phil Compton. Mr. Compton is speaking also for Mr. Hancock. Are you here? Mr. Lawrence, are you here? Mr. Lawrence? George Lawrence? Yep, okay. And Tara LaSala. Thank you. You have 10 minutes, Mr. Compton.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I heard somebody.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you. I think we're maxed out here, aren't we?
Mr. Compton has 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. Phil Compton, Senior Organizing Representative for Sierra Club, our Beyond Oil and Florida Healthy Air campaign. I want to thank, first of all, the board members who have listened to the information that we provided to you, have read the emails. I know you've had a lot to read lately and have, in many cases, sat down with me to talk about these issues in the last few weeks. I also want to thank the 32 citizens who have come today. I don't know if you can read what the green sticker says that everyone is wearing. Zero-emission electric buses now. We can't afford not to. That's our position on this situation at this time. And I want to thank the staff for their commitment to putting PSDA on a path forward to electric bus adoption. Really appreciate your openness to that, because it is the path that you need to go forward, and to looking at what you had learned. How far have we come just in the last couple of months? We had a plan here to go to diesels for the next several years, and in looking at the new facts that have emerged, we now agree that that's not necessary to do. We support the adoption of electric vehicle technology wherever it proves practical and affordable. And after working with several vendors who have demonstrated their buses here for you, that's Proterra, May 21st. Thanks to Mr. Barkley and Mr. Johnson for attending that. The BYD demonstration on the 14th, and also the complete coach demonstration about the same time. And along with our input from our national team, it is now clear that electric buses are indeed both affordable and practical for you to acquire today. And we urge you to do so. Can you afford to buy electric buses now? Really, you can't afford not to. And here's why. Let's talk about the cost. And these are the figures that I've been provided by bus manufacturers themselves. Bus is going to cost you $499,000. That's with a battery lease. There are a lot of reasons why you might want to consider the battery lease. One reason is that will reduce your capital expenditure, okay? Your PSDA adjustment, $90,000 for the bells and whistles, everything that you put on a bus. And then the charging station, $40,000 plus $10,000 install. That comes up to a cost of $639,000 versus what a diesel might be with the bells and whistles, $590, or a diesel hybrid, perhaps $785. We can talk about these numbers. Obviously, you need to talk to the manufacturers to get their cost estimates for you, but this is what it looks like to us at this point in time. Let's talk about that charging station. It is true. No transit agency in America is running with the in-depot charging station, but several have them on order. By the time you would have yours, which would be 1 year in service, there would be several others doing this. This would work for you today for the suggestion that some board members have made, buying a couple at this time. Okay, that would be a very good thing to consider doing. The battery lease, how much would that cost? Maybe $20,000 on the operating expenses. The fuel expense, $10,000 per year. $10,000 per year versus $32,642 for diesel, $25,200 for a diesel hybrid. And again, as Mr. Rath said, hybrids are diesels. Maintenance, $25,000, $25,813 estimated for a electric bus from Proterra versus $37,900 for diesel or $52,267 for a diesel hybrid. Those are from industry averages, by the way. You could have a total cost analysis with your data with Proterra as you start working with them now to fine-tune those figures based on your own experience with your own diesel hybrids that you've been operating. But those are across-the-board industry averages. So that brings the cost of an operating expense for an electric bus over a 12-year lifespan, and I know they're going to run longer than that, till 2030, to $55,813 versus $70,542 for a diesel and $77,467 for a diesel hybrid. That's with the battery lease being added to your operating expense. That's why any of these bus manufacturers will tell you that their bus will cost less for you to own and operate. So the question is it practical? And according to the initial assessments that have been done, it would be. Let's talk about emissions. I've got several documents to share with you all, and I'm going to ask Commissioner Finger to please pass these down to the class, if you would. There will be a test. I want to talk about greenhouse gas emissions. Yes, of course, we're burning coal and we're burning natural gas today. The difference here is you're making a decision not to buy a car for 5 years and trade it in. You're making a decision to buy a bus that's going to be running on our streets till 2030 easily, right? Long-term commitment to our community. Whatever the diesel hybrid is going to do in its performance, it's going to stay the same over time, right? But the net pollution, if you will, from an electric bus is lower today than it would be from a diesel or diesel hybrid. And that will continue to decline over years as our friends at Duke and all the other utilities move forward to installing more renewable energy, which we think will be a substantial part of our energy portfolio, certainly by 2030. It had better be, right? Let's talk a little bit more about the overhead charging. The overhead charging, which is expensive, that does work, according to Proterra, for up to 9 different buses. That is $500,000 to buy it and install it. So no, would that be a practical thing for 1 or 2 buses? Probably not. Those are used on routes at locations like transfer stations, and those provide quick charging 5 to 10 minutes while passengers are disembarking and entering the bus. So you would see that probably in 4 buses for each hour and 15-minute increments, those 15-minute windows, something of that nature. Again, work that out with whomever you choose to work with. But the in-depot charging for extended bus ranges, extended range buses, $50,000, that does take 6 hours to charge. So you could either have a bus that charges and goes out for its route or comes back in the middle of the day if that is practical for your routes. So that could be located here or perhaps in a location along the route itself, such as the Grand Central Station at 31st and Central. They do require personnel to manually plug the bus in, which is like the same thing you do when you're charging an EV. You plug it in. You get out and plug it in. The fuel cost. Why is the fuel cost so low? Electricity is cheap. It's regulated by the Public Service Commission. It's not going to go up the way diesel is with the market, the global market. Proterra projects their fuel cost, their mileage to be 22 miles per gallon, and that's why you get the cost down to $10,000. When you're talking about electric buses, is the Proterra bus the only option that you have? No. Obviously, it's not. BYD has been mentioned here today. This is the bus that was here September 14th, after we had it at St. Pete Drive Electric Day at Spa Beach Park. They did make an offer at that time to leave the bus here for a week for you to run it on your routes and see, kick the tires and see how it works for you. You didn't take them up on that offer. That bus was just doing the same thing down in Miami-Dade, and I did email you a link, if you have a chance to look at that, of Mayor Carlos Jimenez talking about this. They ran the bus for a week, and now they're inviting, I understand, Proterra to come down. They're doing their due diligence on that. One of the things that you got here is a new fact sheet that we've compiled, which has a lot of comparative information about zero-emission buses. What about these new BAE diesel hybrid buses? Aren't they like a Chevy Bolt? Well, actually, they're more like a Toyota Prius. And I hope you understand the difference between the two. The diesel engine powers a generator, which starts the engine and gives power to the electric motor and energy storage system. The electric motor turns the wheels of the bus. When the bus slows down, the hybrid diesel-electric motor functions as a generator, recapturing energy for later use. Lithium-ion batteries provide power for acceleration and store the power generated when the brakes are applied. And that's from our website, hybriddrive.com. In other words, it's like a Prius. It's better than the ones you've had. Is it the best thing that you can do now? Is it the cleanest thing you can do now? And is it the least expensive thing you can do now? No, it's not. Our ask all along has been that you perform your due diligence on the opportunity that this new technology now does present to achieve quiet, safe, emission-free service at a lower cost. We hope that you will now begin the process of adding these buses to your fleet to use where they would work today. And according to the initial assessment done, there would be 3 routes where the in-depot charging would work for you. Again, I understand you're sitting down with Proterra tomorrow. That's great. We strongly support your low-no grant application, and we advocate that other community organizations and businesses do as well, and we're going to work with you on that in the next few weeks to get more support for that. But understand that with the price for zero-emission buses now in between that of diesel and diesel hybrid, not to mention a lower lifetime total cost of ownership, there is no reason to wait and hope against stiff competition that you win this grant to begin acquiring these buses right now. For example, you can choose to acquire 2 today, as has been suggested, put them into service for 1 year, and add to them as you were able in subsequent years with grant funding and normal capital funds. By doing this now, you will benefit from from the experience of learning how these buses can easily be integrated into your service and maintenance and preparing you for a larger commitment to this new technology.
Thank you,
Please
Mr. Compton.
take the step today and step into the future of transportation because we think you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next public speaker is James Anderson. Good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I wanted to say that I'm a clean air advocate. I'm asking you to support and also vote for the zero-emission electric buses. One of the reasons I am is I have lung disease. I have asthma and RADS. What we did in the late 1980s and the early 1990s was we worked to remove diesel exhaust from the firehouses in Arlington County, Virginia, where I worked. And I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous standing up here. What I don't hear today is the human cost. The human cost to my lungs of that diesel exhaust in those firehouses. I don't think the diesel buses today do as much damage as those fire trucks did to us years ago. But that diesel still affects the human beings in Pinellas County. I'm asking, please, care about your family, your friends, and the people that live in Pinellas County. I'm asking you to reduce the diesel exhaust completely. Please vote for the electric buses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. The next speaker is Brooke Anderson. Ms. Anderson, good morning.
Good morning. I too am a little nervous. It's been a long time since I've stood up and talked to a distinguished board. Pinellas County is is, as far as I know, one of the most populated counties in Florida. I too agree with what my husband just said. We have a lot of people that live here. A lot of people have lung disease. We have a lot of older people. I do think that you need to not look at the diesel hybrids, but go with electric. That's all I have to say. Please vote for electric.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. George Root. Am I pronouncing that right? Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the board for all the effort and the staff of PSTA for the effort that they've made in addressing many of the issues. Like many others, I would hope that you as board members have the opportunity to receive information prior to having to make immediate decisions, because it is difficult to make good decisions unless you have good information. And I'm not pointing any fingers here. I'm just merely saying that this is a process that we understand, and we hope that we can see more information made available. What I want to address today is a little bit of a question that Darden Rice put forward about where we're going in the near future. In terms of energy production and the systems available to it, when we look at our hydrocarbon production of energy through coal, gas, and compressed natural gas, those are pretty much fixed systems for which we know the parameters. We are continuing to move into the more flexible area of production of electricity from solar and other sources, and battery technology has improved both incrementally and along with what is mentioned as breakthrough technologies by the good maintenance staff here, and those are near future changes. The obvious no emissions with electric buses is something that I don't believe there's any controversy about. But addressing what does it mean in terms of the larger system cost of producing the electricity, it is in these alternative sources of solar and other technologies where flexibility does exist and where there has been both private and public investment in those newer technologies. So I want to strongly urge you that you take that into consideration in making a decision, that using electric alternatives will be an increasingly more effective and efficient and environmentally low cost in terms of its effect on the environment as we move forward into both in the immediate future and in the long term. I also want to ask that the board take in consideration that with the battery technology, that there is the option of putting in batteries over time that will be efficiently improved through these changes in technology. Therefore, you have more flexibility there as well over diesel systems. So those are the basic context things that I want to address, and I want to thank you very much, and do say that we are supporting the no-emission approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Root. The next speaker is Bill Bucolo. Am I pronouncing that right? The next speaker then is Frank Jackalone. Mr. Jackalone, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here to address all of you today. My name is Frank Jackalone. I'm the Florida Staff Director of the Sierra Club. I live in St. Petersburg in Lakewood Estates. I support electrification of our transportation system for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's cleaner. And it's not just cleaner for climate reasons, but it's cleaner because the air is cleaner. That when you're on the city streets, you're experiencing a much cleaner experience. When you're driving, it's cleaner. But I am becoming increasingly worried about climate impacts. Climate impacts being an overriding concern for the area that we live in. Scientists are now saying that there's a minimum of 3 feet of sea level rise that we can expect between now and 2100. However, if we do not act strongly, that will go to 10 feet of sea level rise or more. We already are seeing impacts in Miami Beach. We're seeing with tidal events where streets are being flooded. We are seeing now that city leaders in Miami are saying we need to take action. We're seeing this as a bipartisan effort. They are now realizing that their city is in trouble. We need to take action. In this summer, I was watching Bay News 9 during the middle of that terrible rainstorm. You know, with mixed feelings. First, feeling lucky that our streets weren't flooded in South Pinellas, but then looking at what happened in Tampa and watching Mayor Buckhorn on TV wading in knee-deep water and saying that he's not afraid to say this has to do with climate change. I mean, he said that publicly during the middle of the storm. It's happening. It's starting to happen right now. So my question to you is, do we wait until Beach Drive starts to flood with tidal surges? Do we wait until sea level rise starts to eat up the beaches in front of our beautiful hotels in St. Pete Beach, Clearwater Beach, before we turn on the alarm and actually take action? The city of Miami is taking action right now. They're saying we're testing these buses right now. We just met with the mayor said, I just met with my fellow mayors from China. And you know something? If these buses work, we're going to electrify all of our buses in Miami. Right? They're making that commitment. What I'm saying is that you all need to take that commitment as well, because we are at ground zero too. This is the most endangered area of the country when it comes to storm surge. Recent reports indicated. You know, we're going to be in trouble soon, and we need to show we are taking those measures to combat climate change as leaders if we expect the rest of the country to follow and to help us. You know, in San Francisco, you can climb back over to the mountains and the hills. We can't do that in Florida. The solutions. Number one, power generation. I attended a seminar held by Duke Energy yesterday. Now, we're not necessarily the best friends with Duke Energy, but I was extremely pleased with their message. It was a renewable energy seminar that they held for large businesses in Florida, their customer base. And it was all about moving forward towards solar energy and the need to do that, how they were going to do that, with rooftops, helping businesses with rooftop solar, helping them with community gardens. They acknowledged that the prices, I was saying this is the Sierra Club's message, and it was not designed for the Sierra Club. It was designed for large businesses in Pinellas who already are putting solar panels on their rooftops, like Lockheed just did, right? So the answer to the question, Ms. Rice, is that our energy grid each year is going to get cleaner and cleaner, and electrification is the way to go to have the cleanest possible energy in the future. And even Duke is moving fast in that direction right now. They are changing their business model. The bus options that you have before you, we would say, number one, that diesel and hybrid diesel buses are still diesel buses. They're still dirty. And please recall, just this past month, Volkswagen was really caught with their pants down about diesel. Diesel is not as clean as people purport who are selling those vehicles. I urge you to be very careful about moving forward with diesel. The Chevy Volt that I drive has a plug. It plugs in. I got 40 miles to my charge this morning. I drove 10 miles here. I still have 30 miles left. All of that driving is gasoline free. That's different than the buses you're talking about. Those buses charge up first with a diesel engine. Now, my recommendation to you is simply, why don't you purchase 5 buses that are diesel or diesel hybrid, and 2 buses set aside as electric buses. Get 3 competitive bids from electric bus companies with the numbers and the facts on how much they're really going to cost, and then come back and analyze with the board. Your staff has not done you justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackalon.
They have not given you the numbers, and I urge you.
Neeson, please.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bruce Neeson.
Hi, my name is Bruce Nissen. I live in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm going to be very, very, very brief, but it seems to me that you're getting differing facts and figures all the time. It seems to me that if even just from what facts you thought you were being given a month ago, things have changed drastically. And it just appears to me that as more and more and more facts come out, the more and more the facts have leaned in the direction of buying electric buses rather than any form of diesel whatsoever. And I guess the main thing I just want to say, because I don't want to get into the facts and figures, although I think that the facts do need to be vetted very, very thoroughly, and you're getting different ones all the time, and so I think you need to be clear on that one. And I thought Phil Compton made a number of factual things that really need to be looked at and you need to be clear about. But if you walk into this, is what I think has happened in this case, if you walk into this with the attitude, well, electric can't work, it won't work, so let's just figure out and make the worst case scenario in terms of the ways it can't work. Claim it's going to take 3 years when it wouldn't take 3 years if you want to. It's very, very similar to when much, much higher miles per gallon was necessary. The thing you heard constantly from the industry is impossible. It's impossible to do. Every time that was legislated and that it was actually done, it was met, it was more than met. If you have the attitude that this isn't work, it can't work, it's not the way to go, let's stick with the old tried and true and pollute our air, this is not the way that's going to work. If you had the can-do attitude that we could do electric, we could make it work, the refusal to even countenance kind of the whole idea of, say, leasing the batteries to keep the cost down and things of that sort, those things to me are indicators that the approach that's being taken here by the staff is this isn't really going to work, we don't want to do it, we're only going to make it work if we can get this thing from the federal government. I'd say go for the thing for the federal government, but go for it in the meantime anyway and go electric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nielsen. Magros Padilla? Malagros? Good morning.
My first name is pronounced Milagros. My last name Padilla. The double L is pronounced at an A.
Thank you, I
Thank you very
apologize.
much for allowing me to speak to you today. I am supporting the use of electric buses. You have developed a sustainability policy that takes into account financial, environmental, and social factors. The negative effect of diesel emissions have been well documented at the cost of the health to our citizens. Therefore, the cost of transportation when being considered must include all costs, not the cost of your capital expenses. And those costs across to individuals and society must include healthcare costs, workplace loss due to disease, and the quality of life. I am an asthmatic and also have serious heart problems. So have a large number of children and adults in your county. The detrimental effect of diesel emissions contribute greatly to that. I'm also a health and public health practitioner, and in the past developed and managed a program dealing with urban asthma. In that program, just cutting down the diesel buses idling around schools decreased the asthma of children in those schools by more than half in just a few months. So you can't just speculate how large the decrease to the citizenship in this county would be if we cut down on diesel emissions. And because you also talk about social and financial, I am saying to you that this issue of decreasing diesel emissions is an issue of social and financial equity to communities of colors. We, unfortunately, are the ones who bear the greatest burden of asthma and other pulmonary diseases. And therefore, that is a greater cost to us in the society. So I'm saying to you, please help me and others stay alive and lead a good life. Go electric. Save the cost up front. Apply the precautionary principle that says if you're going to harm or there is potential harm, you should abstain for such.
Thank you very much. Dr. Dale Potter. Dr. Potter, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present. I strongly urge you to purchase electric buses, not diesel. It is time to base policy and decisions on science. Two recent scientific papers on sea level rise and the recent conference at the St. Peter's College on sea level rise predict dire consequences for Pinellas County due to climate change. They point to a future that is bleak to a major economic engine of this county, tourism. Few will come to Pinellas County and to vacation to experience flooding and eroding beaches. They also portray a depressing future for the ability to attract new investment. A future of nearly certain sea level rise will place expensive homes and thriving businesses below the high tide level. One study in particular is very disturbing. It projects a future of sea level rise that is already locked in. No matter what we do, it's not going to change, according to this study. That 25% of the population of St. Petersburg will be relocated because of sea level rise. However, I'd like to believe that James Henson is right when he says, he's a climatologist, when he says that he believes that we can prevent the worst of climate change. To do this, we will need to cut carbon dioxide emissions rapidly and drastically. You have the unique opportunity to purchase electric buses and reduce the carbon in the atmosphere, reduce the future emissions by thousands of tons of carbon dioxide. To continue to burn fossil fuels at the current rate is no longer an option. There are scores of scientific studies and reports on ocean acidification, species extinction, food and water shortages, public health, extreme heat waves, and storms that predicts a world outside of the human experience. So society is already experiencing the economic cost of an increase of only 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit. The budgetary concerns faced by PSTA today will be insignificant compared to those required in the not-too-distant future to deal with climate change. It is well past the time when the science of climate change can be ignored and the can kicked down the road. The laws of physics that govern nature are not negotiable.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Dr. Potter. Lawrence Potter. Good morning, Mr. Potter.
Good morning. I appreciate all the work you folks are doing, and I know it's a lot of facts and figures and studies, but I'm here as a homeowner and a taxpayer. I live in unincorporated Pinellas, so I've only got you folks and my county commissioners to complain to, if you will, or address concerns. And I should have brought some dirt off my windowsill, because this time of year when I have the windows open, I'm a few blocks from Park and Starkey in what appears to be a nice, quiet neighborhood, and it's not noise from traffic, but it's pollution. It's disgusting when I have my windows open, how often I have to clean my windowsills or just leave piles of soot there is what it looks like. And I'm concerned about my property values if this continues. You know, we can't shut down our airports. We need tourism. Where are we going to make an improvement in our environment? And here's an opportunity. I've heard, as a taxpayer, I have concern about cost. If we're going to try these electric buses, let's get as many as we can afford now, so that next year when we're talking about building these quick transfer charge stations, that we'll have some buses to allocate the cost instead of being here next year, same problem. Well, we only have 2 buses, or we have no buses, and now we have to build all these things. No, finance costs now are as low as they're ever going to be. So if we don't do it now, when are we going to do it? Because next year will have its own excuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Mr. Michael Miller. Good morning, Mr. Miller.
Good morning. My name is Michael Miller. I'm from Clearwater. Give me a 10-second warning when I'm running down, please,
Okay.
Mr. Chairperson. Board, thank you very much. I'd like to applaud all the work that the board has done in the past. Pinellas County has done a great job in moving in the right direction. I think the BEA transmission system is a step in the right direction, but it's not the best step in the right direction. I made my living designing and installing aquariums. I had the pleasure of the responsibility of creating little systems, and my main responsibility was for the health of the inhabitants. You enjoy that very same responsibility. You have to look out into the future as to where we're going, and the citizens of our county, our state, our country, and our world. So at any rate, what I discovered was small changes in management would make very large changes in the little ecosystems that I would create. And it was very obvious. You could show it to the kids, and the kids in the schools would understand it. They would get it immediately. So we're taking a look at how we are going to manage the nuts and bolts of moving people from one location to another. And in the process of that management, we're looking at costs, we're looking at routes and conveniences and inconveniences. But the days of the nuts and bolts of looking at the numbers and the routes and the mechanics of moving people are not over, but they're now very much complicated by the fact that we have this additional problem. And this additional problem is our changing environment, our changing atmosphere. Think back to that iconic photograph taken from the moon back towards our blue marble. And the emotions always well up in me when I think of that photograph and the meaning of that. You take that fine little whisper of gas that surrounds our planet. And what we found out that, yeah, we do have an impact on that whisper of gas. Things are changing. I heard it said earlier that the most important thing you can do as a citizen is ride the bus. Well, yes, but you also have to put in compact fluorescents. And you also have to change your habits of how you do things.
10
I'm
seconds.
going to, thank you for the 10 seconds. I'm going to ask us all to kind of show a fan of support for our future. We can do this together. We're going to have to get used to warmer rooms and colder rooms. So anybody who feels
Thank
that
you,
this is
Mr.
an
Miller.
important thing, please give us a fan. Anybody? Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person is Jasmine Furkan. Good morning.
Morning. I'm Jasmine Forsen. I live in Clearwater. And I want to say that I'm for electric buses 100%. The diesel bus, once you buy a diesel bus, it's always diesel bus. There is no flexibility to upgrade this. If you buy an electric bus, the battery and technology may be changing down the road, and it's easy to update and upgrade. As far as Darden's question about point of extraction, we are using coal mostly for electricity, but we're pushing Duke toward solar and wind energy, so that's improving. Once you commit for 15-year diesel bus, you're stuck with 15-year purchase of diesel. And diesel is not clean. There is no such thing as clean diesel, because even compressed natural gas is clean at the point of emission, but not at the point of extraction. We have to frack for natural gas. So everybody else covered all the other issues that I was going to cover, and I want to mention that children as young as 2 are developing asthma and they're on inhalers. So as we're pressing Duke to improve their technology, that's going to help us down the road. And I have a suggestion. We have a $7 million surplus from our bed tax that we collected, and it's sitting. Why don't we buy charging stations and lease them back to PSTA? So give them a head start on these electric buses. Bed tax, we have $7 million in reserve. Okay, so that's what I want to say.
Thank you very much. Next person to speak is Tom Crumrich. Am I anywhere close? Good morning.
As good as anybody does. Thank you very much. And I want to thank you for your decision 2 months ago to delay your decision on making this very important decision, because as you found out, much of you, to your shock 2 months ago, you haven't, most of you have not been provided with almost any information. A lot of you didn't even know about the Proterra visit back in March, nothing. So it's really important, and you've learned in the last 2 months, there's a ton of information out there. I want to counter 3 different points that Mr. Miller made of why, why you would be discouraged to go electric buses. The first point wasn't explicitly made, but implied, and that is that the only way that you could buy electric buses is if you got this federal grant to cover the cost differential. Well, I was here for all 3 of those demonstrations when the companies came. And at least one of the companies, which was Complete Coach, that's the one he referred to, that would go in and completely refurbish a diesel and make it like brand new and then put electric drive in it. That's a company that for 25 years has been repairing buses and trains. So they were in the perfect position to do this because they buy them, tons of them in lots, and then they cannibalize them. So they were the perfect people to do this. Their refurbished, like brand new, electric bus is $579,000, which is less, I think, than even the conventional diesel that you can buy now. So you don't have to get a grant to buy that. Their range was 150 miles, and it's my understanding, and that's why this simple question of what is your average route distance, what is your longest route, what is your shortest route, those are really, that's not rocket science. That's a real simple question that I was stunned to find out that he didn't know. So, you know, 150 miles, that means you can put a charger here, and you've already got the 440 volt electricity to do that with. So the expense would be minimal to just have one charger here. And if they had to, they could come in the middle of the day and another bus could go out, or they could go the whole day. The other point was about the time frame involved in how soon you could get the buses. All three of the companies said you'll get our bus in less than a year's time, including the charging station, either the one here or on Route ones. So the third issue was the need for in-route charging, which I think I've already said. You know, you really don't necessarily have to have in-route charging. You've already got 440 here, and you can, you know, it's a lot cheaper to have a charging station here that they could come to either during the day and have another bus replace them, or come at night and then charge overnight.
Thank you very much,
So really
sir.
want to encourage you to buy electric buses. Thank you.
Jeanette Young? Thank you. Mr. Compton got the maximum amount of 10 minutes, so thank you very much for coming, and I see your sticker, so we know where you're coming from. The last card that I have is a L. Vanderberg. Good morning, sir. It's still morning.
Quoting a presidential candidate, that what he said the other day, I have many other cool things to do in my life. But people talk about that battery. Essentially, you're talking about the propulsion system of the buses. And with diesel, that works fine, but it gives a lot of stuff, a lot of pollution. So let's see if there is a better alternative. So we look at batteries. What I have not heard is that what quality batteries are you really looking at? Okay, driving a city bus with many stops and starts and whatever is very heavy on any propulsion system. Your average bus, as I have understood, goes for about 200,000 miles. Making a rough comparison with a long-distance trucking bus, a trucking van with also a diesel engine, gets about 500,000 miles. That gives an indication how heavy it is on the propulsion system. So let's look at the batteries that people are talking about, and correctly said there is still many development going on, and in principle I am all for it, but what is at this point the best choice? Okay? Have we any idea from the people that want to sell these buses with batteries? Have they made test runs, actual test runs, use them in city buses, okay? And test results, are they available to us? Because there are many things that can be overlooked in those batteries. For example, can those batteries be used till they are almost fully depleted? Or many of those batteries, they say you cannot deplete them till they are less than 20% of capacity, because that's very bad for their lifetime. All right? And I'm not saying this all by myself. I mean, that is from the Journal of the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers and the Materials Research Society. They go in detail about that. Another thing is the temperature of the batteries. Higher temperature very often makes shorter the lifetime of these batteries. Well, that may be checked out because Florida is pretty hot over the year. Is there actually a temperature limit above which those batteries should not be used?
Okay,
Some of these batteries, you go above that limit, within a day, they are completely shot.
Thank you very
Another
much.
thing is, are those batteries, when they make these calculations, do they include the power needed for the air
Vandenberg,
conditioning in the bus?
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
Oh, my time is up. Anyhow, I just
Thank you.
want to let you know there are some things I think should be considered when you talk about battery-powered
Thank you,
propulsion.
thank you, sir. All right. I'm going to suggest that there some of the board members may have questions for staff relative to the public comments. Questions at this time. Are there questions that other board members have? The only question that I have is, in the comparison of costs, there was a reference to the PSTA add-on, and for about $90,000. Is that already in the base prices that the staff was presenting of about $500,000 for diesel and $650?
Yes, yes.
So that's included rather than being an add-on? Okay.
I do have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Welch.
My question is, and again, I thank everyone for coming and all the great information. My question is on the process. And the question is, did the recommendation, it's odd that we have a recommendation from staff that's different than the committee. And so my question is, did staff make this recommendation to the committee?
We did not.
And in my view, I think that that needs to be changed going forward. I know that many of us are familiar with the Pinellas Planning Council, and you often see staff has a recommendation that's different than the PPC ultimately recommends. But you can see that in the minutes, and when it comes to the ultimate body, they can see, here's what staff thought, here's what the PPC thought. Just in terms of supporting our committee structure, I think moving forward, if staff has a recommendation, it ought to be made to the committee, so that we don't have, well, here's what the committee recommends versus here's what staff recommends. I just think that makes a cleaner process and supports our committee structure. So that was my question and comment on that.
And, thank you. That's a great comment. I would agree with you. That makes for a stronger committee process. In this case, since we were working very hard to gather this information in the best form possible, we were very explicit with the Finance Committee that at the time of last Wednesday's meeting, we did not have all the information needed to make our recommendation. And we presented both options. Buying all the information we presented to the Finance Committee that you've seen today, and talked about buying electric buses, buying diesel buses, or buying the hybrid electric. And the presentation was modified after the committee based on additional information that the committee asked us to collect and provide to you, which we did, on the financial comparisons between the different option stations. So I would agree with you that always we should have a recommendation, and I believe this is the first time that we've not had a recommendation to the committee before it came to the full PSTA board. But rather than have no staff recommendation to the board, even though the Finance Committee did make a recommendation, voted 4-1 in favor of buying diesels, it was my discussion, and I discussed it with the Finance Committee chair, that staff would that it would be helpful to you to have a staff recommendation when you make this decision today.
Thank you. Commissioner Long for a question?
Yes, excuse me. Since we have so much different information today than we had before we came to this meeting, and since the Finance Committee did not have a presentation from the staff who formulated all of this reasoning, I would like to know what is the harm in us delaying again for one more month a decision today until the staff can make a presentation to the Finance Committee and everybody gets their act together.
Is that a motion?
It's a question. I would like to know what harm could be done. This is a very important decision. I'm very uncomfortable making that decision today, given that there's a lot of questions that were asked that I think, because of the time constraints and the fact that we've been sitting here listening to this for so long, it would be good to have all those questions answered by the appropriate committee so that we can be thoughtful and have time to digest. That's a question.
Mr. Miller, can you respond to that?
I can. It would not be my recommendation to delay this further and send it back to the Finance Committee for a third 2-hour discussion amongst the Finance Committee members. The Finance Committee members can speak for themselves. I'm not sure, I would disagree that additional information has been substantially different information has been presented here today than they received last Wednesday. And, it would be up to the Finance Committee. I'm not sure if the recommendation is before you, what the Finance Committee voted to do. I'm not sure if an additional discussion with them would provide much value, but they can speak to that.
Perhaps it'd be appropriate for the chairman of the Finance Committee to report on the Finance Committee's recommendation and comment on Mr. Miller's suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was the lone vote to not move forward with diesel buses on the committee, but we did have a very robust meeting, and as a matter of fact, we ran over, and I had to apologize to the committee after hours. But the fact is, we did not have as much information, nor did we have input from other sources, such as some of the citizens who spoke today with very specific information and questions. My suggestion would be that we have additional time to develop a more exact and more thorough presentation to make to the board as a whole.
Commissioner Gerard, you were the next person that...
Well, just as comment, I feel like the information has been a bit piecemeal and was not side-by-side comparison like we asked for last month. But besides that, Commissioner Rice made a suggestion before about buying a couple of electric buses and the rest hybrid diesels, and I'm just wondering about the feasibility of that.
Or diesel.
Or diesel.
I think the suggestion was perhaps to buy maybe like 2 electric buses and the remainder 5 diesel buses, and it would not be my recommendation. It would not be staff's recommendation to go that route for 3 reasons. Number one, as the presentation described, the delay in getting even 2 electric buses on the road in Pinellas County, the environmental benefits of that compared to the staff recommendation of buying the hybrid electric bus would be completely offset by the 2-year length that the 2001 diesel buses would continue to run on the roads of Pinellas County. 2001 buses would run for 2 more years, and they would be emitting substantially more emissions than even the hybrid or the electric, and that you would lose the benefit over that over time. Number 2, it is not it's not my recommendation based on financial reasons. Buying only 2 electric buses with our own funds and then installing the infrastructure of the charging stations over just 2 buses makes the incremental cost of those 2 buses, in my estimation, not recommended. And third, in our position today, what we've been told by our legislative advocacy team in Washington, D.C., as we pursue this federal low-no grant, they did not recommend that we pursue diesel buses because it might jeopardize our competitiveness for that low-no grant, because it would maybe not show signs that we are committed to a sustainable program if we bought diesel buses. So for those 3 reasons, I don't believe the staff would recommend that sort of electric and diesel option. But again, it's something that certainly we can look at into the future, maybe after the low-no grant process is done, but it wouldn't be the recommendation today.
Well, I guess I would agree that I don't want to be buying any diesel buses this year or ever. But one of the things I heard is that if we bought a small number 2 electric buses, we're not necessarily talking about the overhead charging. We may be talking about the depot charging or whatever you call it, which is a whole lot less.
Right, but we would also not recommend purchasing that kind of bus, that kind of technology where you buy just the depot charger. At least my technical experts tell me that type of technology is not reliable enough in its current stage for us to make that recommendation to you.
So going back to the piecemeal, I really wish we had all the information to make a decision today.
Commissioner Fenger?
Thank you. So that I understand, in the presentations that were emailed out, we are preparing the low-no grant already, and wouldn't the low-no grant can cover the no-emission buses?
That's right.
Correct. Okay, and that is for this year, is that 2015, 16?
Yes. We expect to know whether we are successful in getting that grant probably in the spring of 2016, next spring. We would order the buses, we would order the equipment right away.
Okay. In sort of agreement of what's been said, looking through the capital budget for the next 5 years, for the number of standard diesel bus quantities that are projected, the numbers are clearly high, and the quotes that are in one of the PowerPoints also say that we don't want to lock ourselves into anything. We want to remain flexible regarding the types of buses that we can purchase in the future, which to me can be taken both ways, because it looks to me, based on all the information that's been provided, is that it's in the direction of standard diesel buses, because that's what's been provided in the capital improvement plan. And that's not the way I think that a government agency should be led, should be the leader in changing the way that we do business in the communities. And so I was kind of expecting, looking through all this information, that although staff, regardless in the cities and the counties, wherever we may be as a government agency, staff may have their recommendation, but I want to see also what the alternatives are, as in what Commissioner Rice brought up, which is that if staff's recommendation is here, but I also want to know if we went in this direction and we purchased all 7 electric, if that's what we chose, what does that entail and how does that work? And there is no option or alternative comparisons in any of this material other than this is the way that it is, and this is what you should do. And I'm not comfortable with that, because that doesn't give me a choice to look at the costs of the social financial, economic, the person, health-wise, things that we've been talking about, that's not available in this information, unless I missed it.
Ms. Finger, thank you for that. That information is available, and the side-by-side comparison was presented to 2 finance committees of the PSTA. Those were provided to the PSTA board in addition to this summarized presentation that you have today. Those 2 presentations were also provided to the full PSTA board. So we can certainly provide that information. If you choose, if the board's favor is to have the finance committee review this information again, maybe even review specifically this new proposal that came up today to buy some diesels and some electrics, we'd be glad to do that.
I appreciate that. However, this whole half, just so you know, of the dais is shaking their heads no. That I don't, as if they don't have the same understanding of what you just said. So if someone does have that if that has been provided, there's not an understanding.
Is the chair of the finance committee.
But we're not the finance committee. Correct.
Right, but the information that they received, you received as well.
Mayor Beavis?
Yeah, thank you. And I want to thank Brad for mentioning the legislative component of the decision as well, because that was something that crossed my mind about, does it jeopardize our grant if we make one decision versus another decision? So that was a question that I did have. I do question kind of the timeline a little bit, and I assume this is time for delivery would be my guess, and that diesel and hybrids are pretty much available next year, that we would have them. And then, is it true that the refurbished and electrics would take 2 to 3 years to get?
Not the refurbished electric, but the electric bus with the charging stations.
Well, this says refurbished electric 2 to 3 years. I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. It's on the chart. Operational comparison, timeline 2 to 3 years. Refurbished electric. Am I reading it right?
You might be referring to one of the previous presentations.
No, this is the one today. It's page 49 of the packet. It says refurbished electric, 2 to 3 years. CNG, 4 years. Electric, 3 to 5 years. Fed NOLO grant needed.
Oh, yeah, okay, yes. Yes, the refurbished electric, that is taking one of these old buses from PSTA, sending it to California, refurbishing it, and then installing an electric battery-powered motor instead of the diesel engine in that bus. And our estimation, based on talking to the 2 transit systems in the United States that have tried these, but these are not operational yet, would be that from today, that option would still be 2 to 3 years away.
Okay, and just for clarity, I think that question was asked 2 months ago, and because I said, do we have to send them a bus and they refurbish it? And I believe the answer was no. They send us a refurbished bus and we send them ours for them to do the next one. It's kind of a pay it forward.
You have an option, but they would still have to refurbish a bus. It doesn't have to be your bus, but it could be your bus.
No, I guess my understanding 2 months ago was that they would have the bus, if we called them today, that fairly readily we would have a bus that's already been refurbished. They're not just sitting around there doing nothing, waiting for somebody to send them a bus. That they already have one that's refurbished. It may need our $90,000 worth of PSTA flair on it, but that it would be, am I incorrect in that?
That may be,
Commissioner Barkley is
that may be what the sales folks from that manufacturer.
I'm just trying to make sure that I understand, because it's a little bit different than what I'm hearing today at the meeting.
The issue is the charging system. The buses are fairly easily acquired. Indianapolis just got 21 of these, but there is a time lag to actually refurbish the bus, install the electric system and so on. But then the balance is with regard to the acquisition of the charging systems and other support facilities to operate them.
So would it be the 2 to 3 years?
That probably could be a little less than that.
Okay. And then I guess the other one is about the electric, the 3 to 5 years, and it says no low grant needed. Is that for buying the entirety of the 7 buses, or could we purchase one? Obviously, we said, and you had recommended against it, but physically, could we buy 1 or 2 if we decided to buy it out of our own capital? Could we buy it in less than the 3 to 5 years? And I thought would be yes, if we just wanted to buy the 2. You're looking at the offset cost of buying 3 to 5 of them with the no low grant, but we could buy them an electric bus within a year, right?
You could buy one, yes, but
Or
it would
two.
still be 3 years because it's not the the manufacturing that is the time length. It is the installation of an en route charging, a quick charging.
Correct, but I also thought I heard today that we could buy one or two that could be station-based charged, or whatever you call it, charged here and used for some routes without having the inline
No transit system has done that in United.
successfully.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it would not be my recommendation to be
Yeah,
the guinea
okay,
pig on
and so Tallahassee has all these inline, or whatever you
They
call
do.
them? Okay, thank you. Just wanted some clarity on the numbers.
Commissioner Dayton?
Yeah, I think it's important to recognize that one of the things that we were looking at initially on this was the number of buses that we really need. And if you look at a conservative estimate, we're supposed to be getting about 13 new buses per year on a conservative basis. So when we looked at this first, and we were looking at, I think, initially 5 buses or 7 buses, that was still a very little amount that what we needed. When we looked at this in the committee, our initial impression was that there was a lot of different things that could happen with the electronic buses, that there could be the establishment of the renewal areas, the various different things. Our Mr. Vandenberg talked about the various different things that can happen with the buses themselves. If you get a new bus and all of a sudden the bus system changes, are you going to get the new batteries in or not? There are a lot of questions about it. And so when we looked at the one-year decision should be made chart here that showed the CO2 emissions were about the same, the measured PM emissions were completely low, the measured NOx emissions were low, the measured CO emissions were completely low. That's when the committee said, these are all so low, why don't we go for 9 of these buses for 450 instead of going for the 7 or whatever we had. We were looking to replace as many buses as possible for the population. That's what it was about. Later we learned, as Brad just mentioned, that when we go for the low-no emission, if we don't have a REA system or RA, whatever it is, then we're going to be in trouble for our no-low project. So the idea was, let's go for the 7 no-low or 7 REA systems and have a strong position when we go ask for the no-low. And everybody in the committee seemed to agree to that. That's how we have the difference in what the staff came up with, what the staff did and what we did. So it's, I think everybody on the finance committee would say, yeah, let's, well, maybe not, but people would say, let's go for the no-low. This is, or let's go for the REA. Then we look good when we go for the no-low. If we get the no-low, then that's the next year.
You're saying the hybrids?
The hybrid,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
BEA.
BEA, yeah. If we go for them, then we look good, and we can make a successful presentation. That's all, and it's, that's how the difference arose.
Commissioner Scott?
Is it appropriate to comment now, or is it we still?
I think we've all slipped into
Yes.
comments rather than just questions, so,
Can I just get clarity on what he just said? Because I thought the finance committee approved 4-to-1 diesel buses.
Right. They did.
Yeah.
But that contradicts.
Well, no, what we
Oh,
said is we would go for the 500,000 low diesel, not the BEA, which is 750.
But that doesn't keep us in line with what the legislative people have said
Yes,
for the
the
hybrid.
legislative people want us to go to the BEA.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify where the finance committee stood. I apologize.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you. All right, first comment on the electric buses, and then I've got a comment on the committee recommendation. I do not feel that the electric technology is mature enough. I took the time to review the Altoona test results of both the BYD and the Proterra bus, which were tested last year, 2014. For those that may not know, Altoona, Pennsylvania, there's a bus testing facility where manufacturers send their vehicles for reliability and durability testing. It's a test that takes place over a several-month period of time and encompasses about 14,000 miles. The BYD had 680 hours of downtime due to unscheduled maintenance in that 14,000-mile test. And the Proterra wasn't much better. It had 668 hours of downtime for unscheduled maintenance. And you compare that to the Gillig buses we're buying today. That bus was tested in 2013, and it had 8 hours of downtime for unscheduled maintenance. So I do not believe that these buses are ready for prime time. I think PSTA is far better off to let somebody else's taxpayers buy these buses and refine this technology and have PSTA buy in at a point in the future when maybe we don't need as many charging stations. Maybe we don't need any charging stations out on the road. Maybe we can all be terminal-based charging stations. I just think we're jumping the gun on this technology. I just don't think that it's ready for prime time. So that's my statement on the electric buses. Now, in reference to the Finance Committee's recommendation, I feel that both diesel and hybrid technologies have their redeeming qualities and both will serve PSTA well. I'm not disparaging either one over the other. However, I believe at this point in time it makes more sense to buy diesel buses for the following reasons. We have the following buses that have exceeded or are at their useful life. We have 7 2000 model year buses, or 2001s, 9 2002s, and 9 2003s. That's a total of 25 buses, or 12% of the PSTA fleet. These buses will use more fuel than new buses, cost more to maintain than new buses, be less reliable than new buses, have less safety features than the new buses, and all of these buses have absolutely no emission controls at all. They are extremely polluting buses compared to new, clean diesel buses. In addition, in just over 1 year, in 2017, we have another 20 2005 model year buses that will reach their FTA-defined life expectation, and in just over 2 years, in 2018, we have another 46 2006 model year buses that will reach their FTA-defined life limit. That's a total of 91 buses, which is almost 50% of the PSTA fleet that is already exceeding or will be at their life expectation between now and the next 2+ years. So bus replacement needs to be our absolute #1 priority. Operationally speaking, we have a solid understanding of diesel life cycle costs. Current hybrid operational costs are promising. However, we are just now beginning to experience the replacement of the most expensive hybrid parts, such as the batteries, which cost $40,000, the DPIM module, which costs $50,000. Even if not every hybrid bus in the fleet required these to be replaced, these costs will significantly narrow the gap to the extent that one even exists between the life cycle cost advantages of the hybrid and may actually shift it in favor of the diesel. From a route and fuel economy perspective, hybrids deliver the best performance on frequent stop-and-go routes, where diesel performs best on routes with higher speeds and longer drive times. PSTA is a high-mileage system. We have the opportunity to benefit from a mixed fleet of diesel and hybrid and get the most advantage out of each respective technology with proper scheduling. I believe the current 60+ fleet of hybrids adequately meets this need. From a public relations perspective, I have real concerns with how we justify to the public, especially those of limited means, and to the voters, buying more expensive hybrid buses that at the end of the day perform the same function as diesel buses, especially when we have recently cut service because we said we didn't have the money. We raised fares, including to the transportation disadvantaged, because we said we needed the money. And we got a solid thumping at the polls 1 year ago when we asked for more money. I simply do not believe we have the luxury of buying more expensive buses right now, and I feel we are sending the wrong message by doing so. In my opinion, the fiscally responsible decision is to buy as many new buses as possible, which means diesel buses, until our financial picture improves. Furthermore, I believe the socially responsible decision, the one that puts the rider first, the one that reduces the need for more service cuts in the future, which will ultimately hurt the ones that need it the most, is the decision that also improves our reliability to provide the service, is to buy the most new diesel buses as we can right now. Lastly, the real environmental win is retiring those 2001 to 2003 diesel buses that have absolutely no emission controls at all. Leaving those buses on the road from an environmental perspective will certainly negate the marginal improvements that fewer hybrid buses will provide. I understand and respect the desire of many to continue with the hybrid option, or even an electric option when that makes sense, of which I am not opposed to when our financial and fleet situation allows. However, there are no guarantees of future bus funding from either a federal or a county perspective, and I feel a conservative approach is the most prudent one. I will stand behind whatever decision this board makes. However, as one who has experience in buying buses and bus-related equipment, if this was a decision I had to make in my business, it would be clear which way I would go. As such, I feel the board should accept the recommendation of the Finance Committee to purchase 9 diesel buses at a cost not to exceed $4.5 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Bajalski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to personally thank everybody that came out today and all the emails that we got. I really appreciate everybody's passion, and I think because of the communication we have really had with the community over the last number of months, I think it has really shifted our focus, and that's really what you wanted to do. And whether we walk out today and everybody gets what they want, I do think there is a polar shift that is occurring, and for that, I'm very happy. Having said that, I hear each person coming up with different questions, concerns. Should we postpone? Should we make the decision? And I think where staff's recommendation was coming from was, we can't answer everything today, so let's make the decision on this year's purchases so that we can take the next year to get all of these answers. I think that is where staff has been trying to come from, full well knowing that there needs to be more analysis, that there are more questions, and which is why they've been really pushing us to, let's make our decision now for 2016, which, by the way, had already gone down the road of a decision through the summer when we were talking about our budget. The entire summer, diesel, not hybrid, had been recommended because of our budget deficits. And of course, that was something that I was very upset about, because I was here when hybrids first came to PSTA, and I was very supportive of that and did not want to see us go backwards. However, this diesel discussion has been going on for a long time. So, having said all of that, I want to give everybody the chance to get all their questions answered. And I think even if we postpone this one more month, it's still not going to happen. Diesel to hybrid, I remember there was a lot of this same dialogue going on. So I think we need to allow our staff to have the time to do their due diligence. I think going forward with the hybrid purchase in 2016, frankly, in my opinion, is a win to where we were 4 months ago when it was all gonna be diesel. And we've at least got people talking up here now about sustainability, which nobody was. I shouldn't say nobody, fewer. And now I think we have more folks talking about sustainability. Is it the best for everybody? Probably not. But when I think of only a couple of lone tiny voices screaming for hybrid and everybody looking at us like we had 3 heads to where we are today, is a really good thing. So I think staff's recommendation is prudent in that, look, let's get our purchase done, because it does take a year to get these buses. Let's get them in. They are still sustainable, environmentally sustainable. I agree that buying 1 or 2 electric buses, is it a token thing? Yes, it is. Except we can't negotiate a great price on purchasing multiple buses that we can if we go for this grant and can get 5 to 7 of them. I want to give our staff and our planning staff the time to look at the routes, to determine the best place for these things, to come up with all of those answers, and to be ready to say, okay, we're gonna get this grant, hopefully, And if we don't get this grant and there's still the legwork, we can buy these things next year. But the legwork will be done and ready to go as to where these 5 to 7 or 8 or whatever electric buses are gonna go and where they're best utilized. In addition to what Commissioner Long mentioned about, you know, working with Duke Energy, it gives us the time to do that. But there's another thing that we should be doing. If we're going to have charging en route, then we should be talking to municipalities because they need car chargers and golf cart chargers. And how can that be fit into these chargers as well? And would municipalities contribute money? It gives us the time to come up with that, if that would work. I feel these actions are reasonable. We're not stepping backward to the regular diesel. We're still becoming continuing our sustainability. And we're committing to all these wonderful people that say they want electric. We're saying, we're doing it. Just give us the time to get it together. We're gonna apply for that grant. So I think it doesn't make everybody happy, but it is a good compromising solution. And that is what I would suggest that we do, and I would like to make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation.
Have we switched to comments, just out of curiosity?
Yes, we did.
Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't,
Yeah.
I felt it, but I didn't know it.
I heard a motion to accept the staff recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. We're now on discussion on the motion. Commissioner Welch, you were next. in
Thank you,
line.
Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the dialogue here today. I think it's been great. It's always difficult when you've got moving pieces in terms of our fiscal projections, the market for fuel, which has changed this whole discussion. When we made the commitment to hybrids, that's when gas and diesel prices were very high. And in my view now, the commitment to at least hybrid as a minimum is just as much about our environment going forward as fuel economy. Several folks mentioned the Tampa Bay Climate Science Advisory Panel and their projections for sea level rise, which are a little bit different than we heard today, but still it's 1 foot to 6.9 feet by 2100. And every government up here, if you add it all together, we'll be spending billions to deal with this over our lifetime and those who inherit our community, our children and their kids. It's real, it's happening. Miami Beach is spending $500 million right now. My St. Pete Council colleagues have been dealing with some issues related to sewage spills. You know, it's not just about miles per gallon or the cost of one bus. If we're not leading as folks that live in a peninsula within a peninsula, and we're ground zero for sea level rise and climate change, then who do we expect to follow us? What we do need is information, and we've asked for this several times. We need an annualized cost analysis of each option that includes everything, the charging stations, the O&M, so we can look side by side and make a rational decision. We do not have that. And so it's important, I agree with Commissioner Scott, we get those old buses off the road. And that's why I support staff's recommendation for this purchase, but that still leaves 35 buses over the next 3 years, and I think it ought to be a priority, you know, that staff make this a priority and get us the full information on every option so that we don't have all these variables. Mr. Compton talked about a $500,000 price for an electric bus. I've never heard that. The leasing option
That was
for
that was
batteries.
leasing.
I'm sorry?
That's battery leasing.
That's with battery leasing. And the leasing option at 20K, I think that changes the whole dynamic. So we need that information. I would love to see a pilot like Miami just did. New York City had a pilot as well with electric buses here in Pinellas County, so we know what will work with our routes. But to me, it's almost like it's inevitable. It's almost like saying ride sharing won't ever come, or when we first came on the commission, text messaging and email, no one will communicate with us that way. This is the future, and the other side of it is when we put a bus on the road, it has to be dependable, and that's why I can't support going electric today, because we haven't tested it. We don't know where those charging stations would be in, and our first priority is to have a dependable bus system. So I support staff's recommendation, but we've got to make this a priority so that when this comes up next year, we can make the best decision going forward. And so that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Eggers, you're next.
Well, when I asked for the floor, I was kind of responding to Commissioner Long's comment about, an extra.
Long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago, and now we've moved to full discussion and now even a motion on the floor. So it's kind of a moving target. This is obviously a really important decision. I mean, making PSTA successful, and that means increasing ridership, not only with those who have to have it, but those who could switch over to it, is even more critical than what we're talking about today. This is important. I'm not down, minimizing its importance. But, I mean, we really have an awful lot of information that's coming together so quickly. And it's clear to me that there may be a few exceptions, but more time for people to process it and feel comfortable with it is the right thing to do. I think the Finance Committee had a good discussion. We talked about it mostly from a financial perspective, and getting the environmental piece in there by getting nine of the buses off the road. Getting the most off the road is really a critical factor to the environmental issues that we're all talking about, without going backwards. Going backwards is going back to the old diesel buses. So, I mean, I think there's a distinction. No matter how you feel about diesel, the diesels of today are a lot different than the diesels of before. So that has been a move forward, not a move backwards. So I think that clarification. But also, I'd like to hear this comment that you got from whoever you got it in writing that says that our application will be at risk if we do diesel today. And that takes into account the fact that we're replacing 9 bad ones, and that's not being taken into account with that statement, that our mix in the state is you said, proportionally one of the highest in terms of hybrid. And so somebody's telling us, I want to know who it is, where it's coming from, and why they're saying that is it's almost like a blackmail on some kind of policy decision being made somewhere. So if that's true, and that's part of the criteria, that's fine. If it's been identified, that's fine. Let us know about it, not 2 or 3 weeks before we're putting this application together. But I'm fine with taking an extra meeting to make a decision. These are important 12, 15-year decisions that we're making. Commissioner Bujalski made the comment, it's probably, won't make that much difference for another month. But there has been a lot of discussion in the last 2 months, and I think it's starting to settle in a little bit as to what issues we have. Comments have been made, questions have been asked, and I don't think taking another month is going to be a bad thing. Sometimes it just slow it down a little bit. It's pause, read, and react, as they say in umpiring a baseball game. When you make a call, take your time, then make the call, but make it right. And so I think taking a little extra time is okay. So I will not support the motion. I'm hoping that we can wait that extra meeting. Thank you.
Commissioner Diamond, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the staff and the board members for all their work on this issue so far. I also want to thank everybody who came to speak on this issue. I think long-range planning is difficult, and since we have smoothed out our bus purchasing so that we'll be making this decision every year, I think it's all the more important that we take the time to engage in the long-range planning about this decision. I have a lot of respect for our Finance Committee Chairman, Mr. Barkley, and the committee process generally. I think that as a board, we're a big board, we're 15 people, and these are difficult decisions. And I think the decisions, even if we don't all agree on what we decide, I think we have more comfort in a process when the staff has had an opportunity to present all of their thoughts to the committee, and the committee and the staff are somewhat aligned in their thinking. And that is by no means a comment to fault the staff. I think this is a moving target, and I think that the staff has been working diligently to gather the information, to present it at the committee level. I think it's just as you said, Brad, that you didn't have that information at the time of that meeting. So, to echo Commissioner Long and Commissioner Eggers' comments, I think sending this matter for further discussion at the Finance Committee level is appropriate. I think in particular having some analysis about the option that has been suggested of looking at the purchase of 2 of the electric buses along with the hybrids is something that should be studied and considered. There has been some reasons suggested in this meeting why that is not a good idea. You know, I disagree with Commissioner Scott, my friend here. I think that we live in a very special place. We're on a peninsula, and if there's a transit agency that should be looking at this from the perspective of how do we become a leader in building a system that is truly moving toward a zero-emission system, it should be us. So I don't see any concern with having a more robust discussion in the committee meeting in November, and then bringing sort of 2 options back to the board. Maybe the staff, if it is still the staff's recommendation and the committee's recommendation to purchase hybrids versus a sort of mixed approach of purchasing some hybrids and 2 electrics as sort of a pilot program. I also think, and just in last comment and sort of my idea here of trying to use the committee structure, that if our grant application is due in November, that we should consider scheduling a legislative committee meeting and really going through the grant application in some detail in the committee, in the legislative committee, to make sure that we, as committee members, feel really confident that our grant application is well put together. And I think a lot of work has already gone into that in terms of looking at other successful cities' grants applications, talking to Mr. Glenn and our folks in Washington, and the work that you did, Brad, on your trip to Washington. So, but I agree. I don't see any concern here in using the time to make sure that we feel really confident that the decision we're making is the correct one.
Councilmember Newton, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was there, in those applications for our no-load grant, this is not the first time they offered those grants, is it, Brad? The no-load grants, federal grants? No, the ones that won these grants or got awarded these grants in the past, did they have any electric buses or hybrid buses in their fleets? Do you know? The agencies that was awarded these grants?
Most of the successful awardees of this grant got their first electric buses through the grant process, but many of them had a mix of hybrid and diesel buses in their fleet.
Okay, so they were already going that way of renewables and more environmental friendly options, even before they got the grant. That's where I was going. What scares me the most is the old buses we have running around today. And us being a coastal community and knowing about sea level rise and the flooding and stuff that we're having, I don't think those 2001 diesel buses running around as I speak are helping this environment or this footprint that we're casting. I don't think that's going to help at all the longer we delay it. To me, it's plainly simple. Either you go and purchase electric buses, if the money will allow that, and take as many of those 2001 diesel buses off the street as you can, or you get as many hybrids as you can to take as many of those 2001 diesel buses out there. And I think the rub is you got to go out and negotiate infrastructure with the different municipalities where these buses might run, because I favor the in-route charging system. I don't like the thing of driving way back out here and then going back out. I think that's going to put more wear and tear on the buses, and it's going to take up a lot more time. I'd rather spend that 10 minutes up on their charging station than 20 minutes driving back out here. And it's going to take time to do that. The beauty and the positive of it is this is a one-year decision. You're going to purchase many more buses. You have more information. You have time to sit with these municipalities and see where a trial project would go and where would the stations be placed and all that. So you'll have more information, and you'll definitely know if we got the funds back from our grant applications by then. I don't think another meeting is gonna change what's in front of us. You can get all the information you want. At the end of the day, this is new technology. It has some shortcomings, as Mr. Scott has already projected, for as unscheduled maintenance. That means that buses are going down when they're not programmed to go down, if people understand what that means. When you look at the hours versus the 8 hours on what we're doing with a hybrid, it begs to differ that it does need some tweaking, but it is coming. Just like Uber and Lyft is coming. There's nothing we can do about it to stop it, and I embrace it. But today, we're gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do about the 2,000 buses that are on the street now, the 2001s that are spewing out all those emissions and the carbon footprint that they're creating, if we truly are talking about the environment. Now, if it doesn't matter, we can have all the meetings you want and let them keep spewing out what they're doing and just keep waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. But I'm not a proponent of that, and I don't support that.
Thank you. Let me recognize myself, since I haven't weighed in here. Our technical staff at the City of Clearwater reviewed this and advised me that it really, from an engineering standpoint, you need to do a detailed feasibility analysis for the electrical distribution and looking at those options. And I think that's probably one of the reasons that we don't have the full comparative financial information that all of us would really, really like. So I think it's important that we go ahead and do that. I think the board has consensus that we would go ahead and do that. Of course, I support the grant application, and the big issue in electrical is the charging system and how that's going to work. So we need to work that out. The thing that I remember hearing mostly from citizens when they come here is they want better service, more frequent service. And so I tend to go to one of the lower cost options right now. I would point out again that the electric bus needed to have the add-on for the PSTA, the fare box and the paint job and the vehicle locator and all that stuff, which is already in the hybrid and the bus system. I tend to lean toward making a decision today, and I would go either with support of the existing motion or with a motion for just diesels. So with that said, I'd like to recognize Commissioner Gerard.
Thank you. I think we heard a while back, it's been hours probably, from Brad, and maybe it was before the meeting, I don't know, about federal funding and the fact that it's looking better than we anticipated, and that we may be able to be purchasing more buses. So I don't think that's a good reason to backtrack on the hybrid at least. I'm a grant writer by trade, and I can guarantee you that if we are not showing our commitment to sustainability, that we can lose 1 or 2 points in that grant, and that'll be the difference. It's extremely competitive. There's gonna be a handful of grants in the whole country. We'll be extremely lucky if we get it. I'm hoping that we do have all the information we need by the time the grant is due in, which will be probably all the information we need to make a good decision, which we don't have right now. And I would love to review the grant before it goes in, just to see what they look like. But I might be on vacation in the next legislative committee meeting, so.
Can we come?
I'll email it to you.
We'll come to you.
We want you to read it too, Commissioner.
Keep your phone
I'm telling you.
We'll have a courier deliver it.
And I don't want to jeopardize that grant at all in any way. And like I said, I do think we're justified doing at least the hybrids just on environmental and health issues, long-term. And if we vote not to do any electrics, I will want to see that information come back to us about electrics and full information about all the options before we start
Infrastructure,
putting that budget out.
partnerships.
That means way before August, it means in the spring. Let's not be trying to take a vote again and saying, we don't have enough information, and why did we just get this yesterday? That's getting a little old. So obviously, we're gonna have a lot more information in the coming months. I think these people will make sure that we have a lot more information in the coming months. Thank you for the information you have provided. And I don't know that it matters whether we wait a month or so or another month. I just, you know, but I wanna head in this direction, and I'm gonna make sure we keep heading in this direction if it kills me. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fenger?
Thank you. Looking again through all of the capital improvements plan and such, and looking at the guiding principles for PSTA, one of them is to demonstrate environmental leadership. And I think what's missing, which has been touched on by Commissioner Diamond and others, is that I don't see that there's a long-range plan when I look at the CIP and I see the 5 years and the number of buses that are needing to be purchased. There isn't that idea of in what are we going to accomplish environmentally, or with that triple bottom line of, because they are listed only as diesel buses, and perhaps in a separate document it would be appropriate moving forward that we saw over the next 5 years, this is where we would like to be, even though, because what we keep saying is it's only a 1-year decision. That's fine, but it's really not just a 1-year decision. It's 1 year, but we're looking at how this 1 year is impacting as we move forward. And that's missing when we're looking at just 1 year, is kind of, well, but are we confident that next year we will be already sitting here looking at what that potential plan would be for electric buses, if it's 2 of them or 10 of them, and what the route would be and where we would be going and how much financially it would cost us. That's the part of the plan, I think, for me, and perhaps what Commissioner Diamond was referring to, makes it difficult to feel confident that that is the direction that we're moving. So I would request, as we move on, that we do have that in our planning.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Rice, Mayor Beavis, and Commissioner Long on my list. Oops, Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Barkley. I would say that we need to bring this bus in for a landing at some point in time. So, Councilmember Rice.
Well, this is a short-term decision with long-term consequences, and I think everyone on our board really understands what our role is and what the implications are for responsible long-term planning. And yeah, I'm certainly open to taking a little bit more time to consider the electric buses. I think electric buses certainly are the wave of the future. It's certainly, like all technology, it's emerging and it's changing very quickly. For that matter, hydrogen fuel cell buses will ultimately be in the future as well. It's really far off now and it's nowhere near affordable for public transit, but at some point in the future, that will be a discussion this board will have in years or decades to come, hopefully years. As far as environmental leadership goes and sustainable leadership, I would suggest also, and I'll come back with a more thoughtful discussion, but we've seen a clear interest from the community in this decision we're making today. And I would suggest that perhaps another framework that we take into consideration when making these decisions about bus purchases is that perhaps PSTA think about setting a goal, perhaps to go carbon neutral by 2050 and look at the operations of our fleet and our building. That's about 34 years away, and that's 2 lifetime bus cycles, maybe not our life cycles. But that means by 2050, I'll be 80, I'll be the same age as Winnie there in the audience. I think that might be a way to help also guide us in making some of these decisions about sustainability and weighing the pros and cons of the technology of the fleet that we adopt. Frankly, I just don't want to give up on the consideration of electric buses at this point in time. And if we did, if it is the will of the body to take more time to consider this, I would furthermore ask that maybe we consider not just kicking it back to the Finance Committee, but maybe it's time to take it to Planning or Executive Committee. Nothing against the Finance Committee, but they've heard this twice now, and maybe it's time to look at this decision through another set of filters that might be more properly suited to the Planning or Executive Committee. Thank you.
Mayor Beavis.
Thank you. First, I'd like to ask a question that if maybe we could find out. I don't think any of us on here don't support or embrace the idea of electric buses. I think we want to do it when it's the right time. As Commissioner Scott said, I don't know that we want to be the litmus test for electric buses. I think the technology is changing, as we're hearing today. Batteries are changing, and we're expecting different battery life in the next couple of years. So I don't think we are in any way, shape, or form going away from that. My question would be, and if I recall previous meetings, Tallahassee purchased their electric buses through a grant program. Is that correct, or am I incorrect? And so the question is, are they, because you mentioned today, Brad, that they're kind of looking at getting away from electric buses and going to compressed natural gas. Is that because the electric buses are not performing, or is it because they have a better partnership with the gas company? And what is the reasoning behind that? Because if it's a business partnership, that sheds one light on the electric buses, because obviously they bought them with the grant program. But if it's because the buses are failing, or as originally kind of in line with the, maybe we try 2 electric or 3 electric and 4, 3 or whatever the difference is in another form of bus, be it diesel or hybrid. But I don't know that makes sense with the cost and the charging stations and again, the technology. I just don't know that this is the right time. And I think I'm prepared to make a decision today. I think the time that we need is not a month. I think we really need to research this for next year, and so that we're prepared. And I think I was the one that motioned to push this out last time, because here we were at the meeting and we were just now getting the information, and only on diesel. We didn't have anything about hybrid. We didn't have really anything about electric. And I don't know that it's an answer that we're going to have in a month. And before we know it, we're going to be in Thanksgiving, Christmas, and we'll be into 2016 before you know it. And I mean, I think 6 months is probably adequate time to research the electric buses and some of the other technologies, or whether it's the refurbished buses. But I agree that we also need to get the diesel buses off the road, because while we call this a one-year decision, about 15 years ago, there was a one-year decision to buy diesel buses, and that decision has been hanging over us for 15 or 17 years now. So it's really not a one-year decision, but I think, when you look at, the financial stability, the environmental stability, and the social stability, they all have to work together. And I think, the 1 or 2 bus electric issue is somebody mentioned, it's really kind of a token gesture. I think we need to do it, and we need to do it for the right reasons. I think somebody mentioned the school board. I mean, when you look at the thousands of diesel buses and equipment that's out there, buying one electric bus to throw a token electric bus into the pool is really not necessarily the right thing to do. If we make a commitment towards sustainability, but do it educated, then I think that's the way that we need to do it, and I'm prepared to vote on it today, and I support the motion.
Commissioner Long.
Yes, I just would like to clarify, the motion on the table is to buy diesels, or is it to buy hybrids?
Hybrids.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to be very, very brief and say that out of respect for Commissioner Barkley and his committee's work, I agree with Ben absolutely that process strengthens the board, and the urgency of getting the nasty diesels off the street. I will vote today to support the committee's recommendation and buy the diesels. With that said,
The diesels or the hybrids?
The hybrids. Thank you, Mayor Beavis.
Because that's not the committee's recommendation. The
Yeah,
committee's
it's the
recommendation is to support diesel. The staff's recommendation is to buy hybrid, which is what my motion is.
The motion was for hybrids, correct?
Hybrids,
Yeah.
staff recommendation.
supporting the motion.
Okay, well, I would like to do the hybrids. I will, however, not be inclined, and I would like the record to reflect, I do not, under any circumstances, want to be in this position next year. I want to be able to have all the information that we need from the staff, with the analysis, with the financials, to move forward with whatever the best technology is at the time. Because the idea that we can go for the next 4 years buying that many diesel buses is just insane, in my opinion. So, that's my position.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. It's been a long meeting. Maybe longer than some of us old people were ready. But, as far as the charging stations, even Pinellas Park has charging stations for vehicles. And Duke was more than excited to get out there and create that. Most of the cities, and I don't know about this, those commissioners that are handling the CRA money would know, have CRA money that this would fall into.
I should note we were first.
Appropriate use.
I said I should note Oldsmar was first.
My commission voted against it.
Well, what can we say?
That's not the agenda item.
That's not the agenda item. I'm trying to say.
Good, sound bad.
Payback for the tax issue.
That's okay. Never mind.
Was that all?
That's.
Commissioner Barkley?
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Chair. And thanks to everyone who came today to the meeting. Thanks to all the comments from the commissioners. As I've said in the past, I think we have a social responsibility in addition to a financial responsibility. We're involved in a very big operation. We're involved with a very large amount of funds. And we have a social obligation to show our citizenry that we are doing the right thing. We have an image issue that we need to address, and that image has to be avant-garde, it has to be forward-facing, it has to be upbeat. And in order to do that, we have to do some things that maybe are a little bit risky, a little bit disconcerting, but we have to be out front. The old question, if not us, who? If not now, when? Comes to mind. I would ask the board that we consider a friendly amendment to Mayor Bujalski's proposal, and ask that we have a friendly amendment that two of the buses that we purchase would be electric.
Second.
Agree as well.
Correct.
Who was the seconder?
I was, and I do not agree.
I do not agree.
All right.
But I want to clarify why I don't agree. Because it's not that I don't agree we should buy electric buses. My gut tells me that we should. I'll go back to the Mayor Beavis's comments in regards to, I think we have to do it smartly. And we have to, again, I think it's a token. I want to, if we're going to buy it, let's go for this grant. Let's put our best effort into it. Let's get 5 to 7 where we can get a better price point, where we know how many we need and what routes we're going to put them on, and let's get the right charging station. I just don't want to throw two out there without having thought it, having all the information. I don't think it's responsible. However, I do want to buy them. So I just want to make that clear, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Barkley.
Okay, question for the maker of the motion, Vice Chairman. Did your motion include the sub-bullets B and C as well on the green sheet? Or was it just for item A? B is to apply for the low-no grant, and C is to
Yes,
develop
it's
law.
staff recommendation, yes.
All right.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
We have a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation for action item 6B. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, we had a question down here on the form of the motion, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought there was a question.
All right, I should ask,
I just want to make sure I knew what, you said 6B, so we're saying on all of it?
all of it on
A,
6B
B, and
on
C.
this,
There's studies and more
in the
information.
shaded area
Right.
on 6B.
Mr. Chairman,
Is there any questions on,
I have a question.
clarification.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I think it'd be helpful to take these one by one because I think there's, and let me just suggest why I think that, because I think there's, from what I can tell from the discussion, I think there's unanimous support for the idea that we are going to authorize PSTA to submit the federal grant application, which is B. I think there are some of us on this board that think further study of the bus purchase option at this point makes sense. And so I would suggest we take them one by one because in the event that the staff recommendation is not adopted by the board with regard to the purchase of the hybrid buses, I imagine somebody would move, I would certainly move if no one else does, that there be committee study of that option versus other options and it discussed in the December meeting.
Just move to sever.
Or move to sever. I'm not a Robert's Rule of Order guy, so.
And
We have a motion on the floor. If the maker would like to change their motion,
Oh, you can move to
But-
sever. Legal.
part of me wants to give everybody the opportunity to show what they're in favor of and what they aren't. The other part of me wants to just get this over with.
Point.
Because I'm afraid if I
think it'll
break
take
it
that-
up, we
I
could
think
be
we've all
here
got a
another
decision.
hour.
I think we've all got a decision on what we want to do.
Point of information, please.
Yeah.
I want to ask my seconder what he would,
I'm fine with separating it as Commissioner Diamond recommended.
then we'll separate it.
all right, the motion has been revised.
To be A, B, and C, to support A, B, and C.
Wait a minute.
No,
Separately.
No, support.
Separately.
Well, no, what we should do then is just,
Three
the motion on the
motions?
floor is
It's
three
A.
motions. So the motion on the floor, if I understand what the discussion has been amended to reflect, to approve the purchase of 7 Gillig replacement buses with new BAE Series hybrid electric transmissions at a cost not to exceed $4.9 million. That's the only motion on the floor.
All right, everybody with that, Commissioner, Councilmember Newton, you had a point of information?
No, I was just gonna ask legal that if you're moving to sever, you don't have to, normally you can just sever, we don't.
So the motion on the floor is to approve sub-item A. Are there any comments, further comments on that? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
No.
Okay, look, can we have the hands of the nays, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That passes by 8 to 7.
Kind of like our millage vote.
Yeah.
It was 8 to 6.
All right, do we have a motion for sub-item B?
So moved.
So moved, second.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor of item B signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That one's unanimous. All right, do we have a motion for sub-item C?
On C, can we add staff, the effort for staff to bring back some concepts on creating a task force that will make this kind of a work in progress? Can we just tack that on to that C, just to bring us back suggestions as to how we can formulate a task force to make this an ongoing work in progress and not September and August, September kind of thing?
That'd be a new committee, wouldn't it?
Mr. Chair, I would like to suggest that that's an issue that should be taken up in our, planning and strategy agenda for next year.
No question.
New committee.
Yeah, rather than create another new committee.
Agreed.
Yes.
So,
That's
Is that all
fine, as
right
long
with
as we're
you?
gonna take it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we certainly haven't to date, so,
Yeah.
okay.
so,
Then I'll take my motion back.
Okay. So we have the,
Leave it as is.
we have the motion for C. We had a motion and a second.
I didn't hear,
Second,
I didn't hear anybody make the motion. I'm
Do,
sorry.
was there a motion?
somebody made it.
Down here.
I'll make it
Commissioner-
again, because I wanted to change it a little bit.
Okay, Commissioner Gerard.
I'd like for us to continue, or to continue to develop a long-term bus replacement strategy, but I'd like it to be ready by April 30th.
Second.
I already seconded. So yes, I accept your amendment.
And just clarification, is that for next year's bus purchase?
Yep.
Okay.
For a
Well, it's for the
long-range
long-term bus
Long-term
replacement
strategy.
strategy.
I mean,
So we're gonna make a
next
long-term
year's
commitment by
purchase
April
may be in the
30th?
budget, but
She wants a plan.
Oh, a plan, not necessarily a commitment. by
Right,
then,
a
but
plan by the 30th.
I'm fine.
So it reads, continue to develop a long-term bus replacement strategy by April 2015.
2016.
2016, thank you. That balances and use the rest of the wording. Is that right?
for
Yes or
Sure.
no? Yes. All right. And we do have a second to that?
Yes.
All right. Is there comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is also unanimous.
Mr. Chair, real quick, unfortunately, I was supposed to leave an hour and a half ago, so I am
can't
gonna have
leave.
to leave. I apologize to my fellow board members for that.
We're all gonna have to start.
We're probably going to,
I mean, December, there's no meeting next
Uh,
month.
Mr. Miller, you had a,
Mr. Chair and members of, remaining members of the committee, given the hour and the fact that the next presenter has gone on to her next meeting, is not even here, I think Cassandra is going to just highlight the workshop opportunities that are going on right now about our change, our system redesign Williams Park, the second item, and hopefully you can maybe attend one of those. They are in the St. Petersburg area. And these items were both presented to the planning committee and are in your packet. And we will defer the community bus plan review to another meeting.
Thank you.
any objection to that? No? Ms. Borchers?
We can't defer both?
Why can't we
Do
defer
you-
both?
please.
Because you got,
I think, I
Is
think
it
that.
because of the meeting schedule?
the meeting starts
Because of the
Saturday.
timing of the meetings are coming up.
Got it.
If
It
you would
started
show
Saturday.
that one, that,
I have the slide up for the audience of the 7 workshops that we are currently holding. We've already had 2. We've had 7 people attend. We will have 1 tonight, 2 tomorrow, and 2 next week. We've also made several presentations to interested parties. This is an information item. We have talked about our system redesign before, going from a hub system to a grid system, using St. Petersburg as the first place that we do this. There was a comment earlier by the public about public engagement. These routes are only changing when they enter into downtown St. Petersburg. There is no major service change for the rest of the routes. And so with that, I hope that you will join us at one of the meetings, and we have spread them out through a number of parts of the day, but we are focusing on St. Petersburg because that is where the change is.
all right, any questions? Okay, let's move on to reports and correspondence. Mr. Miller, do you want to just briefly give us an update, at least on the East Lake Transit alternatives? Are there?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask first, are there any questions on the performance report or updates?
No.
Not seeing any. Mr. Miller?
Mr. Chair, on the performance report, just very proud that we have our 4th year of record ridership in a row at PSTA. More people rode public transit in Pinellas County last year than any time in the last 100 years. The East Lake Transportation Alternatives Pilot Program was presented to the Planning Committee and is in your packet. And we are continuing to review that. That will come back to you for an action item, as will the Williams Park proposal at your December 9th board meeting. With that, you have your future meeting subjects in your packet. The next committee meeting of the PSTA board is right now. The nominating committee will be meeting shortly. And I have an action item to try and meet your request to review the low-emission grant application before it's submitted for the legislative committee to review that, so we're gonna try to see if we can get a scheduled legislative committee for early November. Thank you.
All right, under other business, there's a handout at your place for the FDOT meeting. Is there any other business? Future meeting subjects were already covered. I have a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.
What committee meeting is
Nominating?
Rachel, that's quick.
I think we're meeting
Where are we
upstairs.
meeting?